Chapter 11. Lexi. We pick a room to do our hunting in. Knox admits to me he doesn't know much about ghost hunting at all, so he lets me take the lead. I'm kind of pleased with that. Most of the men I've met in the past haven't been keen on letting a woman have any sort of control. Since I've heard that ghosts are bothered by renovations, I pick the room that needs the least amount of work. I don't want pissed spirits. I'm just curious about the situation. Okay, I'm actually way more curious about Knox and spending time with him than actually ghost hunting. Maybe that's another reason I picked the most finished room. There's only one bed and no chairs, though, and I realize that after I've selected it. I turn on the lamp next to the bed and sit down on the edge of the mattress. It feels a little presumptuous to assume I get the bed, so I slide down and thump onto the floor, resting my back against the mattress. You can take the bed. I'm good sitting with you, Knox says, and thumps down right next to me, then stretches out his long legs. He crosses his ankles and looks over at me, his hands in his lap. So, what do we do now? Well, now we mostly wait to see if anyone decides to show themselves to us. I shrug. Ghost hunting might be boring to you. It's going to involve a lot of wait and see. I'm fine with wait and see. Nothing about spending time with you is boring. He looks over at me. You want room service? I bet if we wave enough money under their noses, we can get them to come up to this floor, haunted or not. I'm basking in the warm glow of his offhand compliment, but I'm also pretty freaking hungry. I haven't eaten anything since lunch, and our drive down to Galveston was long. Knox had offered to stop somewhere to get a bite to eat, but I was too eager to get to the hotel. Of course, now that we're here, I'm so hungry, I think I'd eat anything tossed my way. I'm down for room service, but you should let me pay. I ain't letting you pay for shit, he tells me, and puts a hand over mine when I dig into my purse for my wallet. Stop that. You're carrying a baby. The least I can do is buy you dinner. I can't decide if that's sweet or bossy, but I'll let it slide. Okay, fine. I'll have a burger. He arches an eyebrow at me. A burger? Not a salad? You seem like a salad type to me. Oh, you know what? I say in a mock surprised voice. A salad sounds great. They can put it on my fucking burger because I want a burger. He throws his head back and laughs, clearly delighted at my sass. That's one of the things I like best about you, Lexi. You don't let anyone tell you what the fuck to do. If only I were as confident in myself as he is. Keith tends to run the show lately, and I spend my time trying to avoid him. I hate that. I'm just a real party, I tell him dryly. You are. He nudges me with his elbow. Okay, a burger then. How do you want it? Medium, extra fries, lots of ketchup. Oh, God, ketchup sounds so good right now. Actually, so do pickles. Ask them for extra pickles, too. Lots and lots of pickles. Desserts? Cookies? Cake? Ice cream? My stomach growls in response. That sounds amazing. You pick. We can split it. He studies me for a moment, then eases off the floor and moves to the phone on a nearby table. I pretend to check the camera on my phone while he calls in food. I notice he calls in 2 burgers, extra fries, extra pickles, ketchup, and one of each of the desserts on the menu. Oh, God. This man is going to be the death of me. Clearly, he wants me to gain 100 pounds while pregnant. It takes forever for the food to get here, but it finally arrives just before I'm ready to chew my own arm off out of hunger. There's an enormous chocolate-dipped cookie on the tray, and I can't help but wonder what it'd taste like on my ketchupy, pickly burger. On a whim, I throw it under the bun and take a huge bite. Yup, it's bizarre and delicious. We eat in silence, and if there's a ghost around, it's clear they're waiting for us to finish our meal before showing up. That's fine. I'm in no particular hurry. I demolish my food and some of Knox's fries, then take bites out of a few desserts before I'm done. I close my eyes and lean back against the bed, sighing happily. That was probably the most disgustingly yummy thing I've ever eaten. It did look interesting. I'm going to blame it on pregnancy, like so many other things. It gets quiet in the room, and then Knox gives me another gentle nudge with his elbow. So, what happened exactly with the baby? Maybe it's the food coma, but I'm not following him. What do you mean? You said you were on the pill. Did something happen? Oh. I cross my arms over my chest, feeling a little defensive. I know I shouldn't. Hell, if it were me in his position, I'd be using a lot of cuss words to figure out what the hell happened. He was the one that had brought up condoms, and I shot him down. He has a right to know. I think of Keith and his violence, and feel a little ashamed, though. Like it's my fault he's a psycho. Someone stole my purse the morning after, and my pills were in there. It's most of the truth, while glossing over the scary, stalkery parts. I didn't have the cash to get a morning after pill or my refills for a few days, and I guess by then it was too late. My doctor says the pill's never 100% effective anyhow. I grimace. I guess it's my fault for seducing you and insisting that there be no condoms involved. He puts a hand on my shoulder, squeezing it, and then rubs the back of my neck. I ain't blaming Lexi. I was just curious what happened is all. You don't need to justify it to me. I understand. And if I was so morally opposed, I could have said no, right? I was all too happy to say yes. His grin is making my stomach flutter. That and the big hand that's kneading my neck is doing all kinds of crazy things to me. Pretty fucked, timing-wise, isn't it? I say, trying to play things off. It is. You should have texted me. I would have wired you some money. Like a hooker? More like someone that just didn't want to get knocked up. Ooh. Burn! I poke his leg with one finger. You got me there. I made a bad choice. Sorry. Are you mad at me? Mad? Knox looks surprised. The hand on the back of my neck pauses for a moment, and then begins rubbing once more. No, I ain't mad. Shit happens, you know. I didn't think I was going to be a dad at 23. But the more I think about it, the more I like the idea. He glances over at me. And I really like the idea of being your partner. Getting married. Oh, God. I should hate that he even throws that out there. He's so casual about it. Marriage is a shit show for someone like me. But the thumb that's so casually grazing the skin on my neck is distracting me. That has to be why I've got that wild flutter in my belly at the thought of marriage. It has to be. I'm not thinking clearly due to his nearness and my pregnancy horniness. That has to be it. I'm very anti-marriage. Very. It might be good for some people, but it's terrible for me. I should tell Knox this, but the words stick in my throat. It seems to be important to him. And I don't want him to hate me. The thought fills me with despair. For some reason, the idea of Knox hating me feels like a gut punch. I can't be attached to him. I can't. That's such a bad idea. I've got enough stress in my life. How does it feel? Nux murmurs, and his thumb slides along the cords of my neck. Feel? What? Being pregnant. Any noticeable changes? Nat's super sick all the time, and it makes Clay strut around like it's a badge of honor. Every time I talk to him, he's running and getting something for her stomach and telling us all about how many times she puked. I can't decide if it's cute or bizarre. Oh, we're still talking about the baby. I touch my flat stomach. Nothing much yet, really. No morning sickness. I haven't really had any strange food cravings yet either. I glance over at my destroyed dinner plate and think of my cookie pickle ketchup burger. Well, until now. Other than that, just a bit of tenderness, really. The tenderness is probably a TMI for him, but I feel like if I give him just enough information, I'll be able to hide other bits. Things like how pregnancy has made me super ultra aroused at the drop of a hat. But Knox isn't a woman, so I doubt he knows anything about pregnancy like that. He just nods like what I'm saying makes sense, and then adds, "If you need anything, just let me know and I'll get it for you." Like dick, I want to say, but for once I hold back. I have no doubt in my mind that if I wanted sex right now, he'd give it to me. Screw ghost hunting. The undead can just watch. But I remind myself that I can't think like that. I can't. Much as I may want otherwise, it's smartest to keep Knox at arm's length. I can't forget how bad my first marriage was. Nor can I forget Keith and his constant looming presence in my life. Ugh. So I look over at gorgeous, sexy Knox and do what I can to try to stem the rising tide of my stupid feelings. I'm glad we're here, but in the future, can you please not ambush me in my studio? It makes me feel trapped. He cocks his head, regarding me. Trapped? When I nod, he removes his hand from my neck, which makes me want to cry, and adds, slowly, "You ain't married, are you?" And now I feel like an asshole. There's a cautious wariness to his face that wasn't there before, and I feel like I've somehow ruined something I wasn't even sure I wanted. God, I'm such a mess. I can't tell him about Keith, though. The last thing I need is him white-knighting his way into my life more than he already is and making the fuckery dial up to 11. It's already going to be at an 8 by the time I get back from this date with him. But I can handle Keith at an 8. I'm not married now, but I was married once. Knox seems surprised at this admission. Oh? I can tell he wants more information, and I feel like I owe him this much. More than anything, I just want him to put his hand back on my neck and stroke it again. That's shamefully weak of me, but I'm not sure I care. Just having him here at my side seems to make everything okay. Like it doesn't matter that I'm broke and pregnant and my stalker is going to flip his lid when he finds out I'm gone. As long as he touches me and smiles, everything will be okay. Ghost hunting seems like a distant second right now compared to snuggling. Snuggling that I shouldn't want, of course, but I can't seem to help myself. Just like I can't seem to bring myself to make the first move. I've never told Natalie, I admit to him. Don't say anything, all right? Is it a secret? No, just not something I'm particularly proud of. Nat's a big believer in happy ever after and love conquering all things, despite the whole Clay being out of her life for 7 years thing. Though I suppose she's really, really into the whole Prince Charming thing now that she and Clay are back together. I pick up my phone and start to fiddle with the camera. It's either that or start wringing my hands like some demented damsel in distress. So, Yeah, I was married once. It sucked. Not a fan. Knox puts a hand over my phone, gently pushing it aside. Tell me about him. Who is he? And do I need to murder him for hurting you? I laugh at his suggestion, but when I look over at him, there's an intense expression on his face, and he's not smiling. He's not fooling around, and I get the impression he really would go after my ex and make him pay for past slights. I'm not sure if that's crazy pants or sweet. Maybe both. Maybe that's why we get along so well. We're both a little crazy pants. What do you want to know? Everything. Oh, geez. Everything, huh? That's such a broad statement. Well, when I was a kid, it might shock you to hear that I was a bit of a rebellious teenager. A hint of a smile quirks his mouth. No shit, he drawls. No shit, I agree. I had problems with authority, and I really, really had problems with my parents, who were very strict and found religion again when I was about 15. Instead of cleaving to Jesus, I cleaved to goth clothing and rock music and stayed out late with my much older boyfriend. You wild thing, you. It should also not surprise you that I influenced my younger sister, and when my parents found her with a cigarette one day, they blamed me. I'd just graduated from high school, and I'd had the bad decision to stay out late with my boyfriend, Jonas. I'd slept over at his place. See, he was 23 or so, and I had just turned 18, and at the time I didn't think it was weird that an older guy wanted to date some high school kid. I just thought he was cool. Of course, now that I think back to how flat-chested and skinny I was, I wonder about that guy. But that's besides the point. Between the cigarette and the sluttiness I was showing, my parents kicked me out. Jonas offered for me to move in with him, but then he lost his job a week or so later and decided to enlist in the army. The only way we'd get housing together was if we got married. I wasn't particularly keen on the idea because it meant I was trading one authority figure for another, and we were already fighting after a week of living together. But I was also young and stupid, and I figured we'd learn to get along better over time. Plus, I didn't have any options other than going back to my parents and begging for forgiveness. That wasn't going to happen. So I married my sleazy boyfriend about a month after high school ended. I give him a faint smile. You can guess how things turned out. Knox isn't smiling. His expression is pretty, well, stormy. I reach over and pat his hand. Oh, this gets better. See, it's a combination of two people being really wrong for each other and desperate situations. Jonas was desperate for work, and he was a real pothead, so he couldn't get a regular job. Plus, he was kind of stupid looking back. So he joined the army because he figured they couldn't really fire him if he was enlisted. We got married, he shipped out, and then I had an apartment of my own. I wanted to get a job too, but Jonas didn't like that idea. So I spent my time playing video games online and generally being a lazy slob. I guess you could say I was depressed, but I was 18, and I figured shit like that only happened to older people. I shrug. So it didn't make for a good situation when Jonas got home from his deployments. I can feel Knox tense next to me. Did he hit you? His voice is low, brimming with pent-up anger. No, but he grabbed me pretty hard a few times. I know I had bruises. I'm not saying I was blameless, of course. I was a real asshole to him, but that doesn't excuse it, he tells me tightly. No, it doesn't, which is what I was about to say. He seems so stressed and angry over my past that I reach over and squeeze his knee. It's all right, Knox. Like I said, I was an asshole kid at the time, but I wasn't a dumb one. I was more than happy when he'd go away again. It meant I didn't have to deal with him. Of course, while he was gone, I was trapped at home. We didn't have a car, and he was the one earning all the money, which meant I sat around a lot. One time he came home and got really jealous of my friendship with some people online and destroyed my computer and smashed my phone. After that, I didn't have anyone to talk to.
Tell me his name, and I'll murder him.
I pat his knee again, because it's sweet that he's so furious. It's kind of weird, because I've avoided talking about this portion of my life to anyone. It feels like ancient history now, 10 years gone. I'm a different person now, and I guess I still cringe at the rebellious, loudmouthed teenager I was back then. I love that Knox is automatically taking my side, though. It's the distant past, Knox. Don't get all stressed out.
He was isolating you.
His jaw clenches. Yeah, he was. I was too stupid to realize it. But Jonas's thing was control. If he couldn't control me while he was deployed, he did his best to make sure I felt alone and try to ensure that I'd do what he wanted. He wanted to approve what I wore, who I talked to, even what I read. I had my own ideas, though. I'd let him think whatever he wanted while he was in town, and the moment he was gone, I got a job. I worked so many fast food jobs back then and didn't tell him about it. Walked to work and took the bus and grabbed every shift I could. I saved every dollar, and by the time it was close to our 1-year anniversary, I took my nest egg and moved in with one of my friends I'd met through one of my jobs. She let me room with her for a while, and between jobs and things, I found yoga. I shrug. Like I said, it was a long time ago, though.
How many years?
He asks. 10, give or take a few months. Remember, I'm an old lady compared to you. I nudge him with my shoulder and wonder if he notices I still have my hand on his thigh. I can't bring myself to remove it, even though I know I should. There's just something so comforting about touching him. Hell, I'm even finding his protective, growly response to my stupid marriage adorable. You're not old, Knox tells me, clearly still angry. And you just need to give me that guy's name and... Nope, I say, ending the conversation. I haven't talked to him since I filed the divorce, and we both prefer it that way, I think. He was just as miserable as I was, and because he was miserable, he tried to make me fit what he thought a good wife would be. I'm my own girl, though. The more he pushed, the harder I pushed back. I squeeze his knee again. I have enough clarity now with some years behind me that I can recognize I'm not good at being someone's partner. I think some people are just meant to be solo artists. I'm definitely one of those people. So when I say it's not you, it's me, I really mean it.
Because you think I'm like that douchebag,
Knox says, his tone flat and cold. I can tell I've hurt him. No, if I thought you were like that, I wouldn't talk to you at all. I shrug. I just have, let's call it an aversion to being trapped. I don't like people that think they can control me. I don't think you're controlling, but I think that people in a marriage have a certain obligation to listen to their partner and try to be a partner. And like I said, I'm not great at that sort of thing. If I've ever made you feel trapped or controlled, I'm sorry, Lexi. The look in his eyes is dark. I can understand why you'd react badly to me dropping in. I won't do it again. And now I feel a bit like I've overreacted. I know Knox is different. Everything he does, even the smallest gestures of letting me pick what to eat on the menu and then letting me eat all his fries, tells me that he's more than willing to give me enough space. It's just that I don't trust myself all that much. I've always been very confident in who I am and my life in general, except when it comes to men. There, I always seem to fumble the ball. I worry Knox is going to be just another fumble. That hurts a lot, surprisingly. We've only met a few times, but it feels like I've known him always, that we have this deep connection on another level. But what if I'm just all wrong again? You don't make me feel trapped, Knox. I'm just really cautious when it comes to relationships because I'm not very good at them.
You don't have to be good at all relationships, he tells me. You just have to be good at one of them.
The man's got a point. I can't help but smile at that. Well, if I could pick a relationship to be good at, it would be this one. I'm just pretty sure I've already fucked things up by getting pregnant and all.
Think that depends on who you ask, Knox drawls, leaning in closer to me. Because from where I sit, it ain't fucked up at all. Maybe it's exactly how it needs to be.
He's moved closer to me, and I'm dying for his hand to go back to my neck, for a small touch from him that will close the distance between us. But he only watches me, and I realize that as possessive and protective as he is, he's going to wait for me to make the first move, for me to tell him with my words and my body that I want this to go forward. I can kill this right here and now if I want to. I can leave things as they are, and we can part from this night as friends. Buddies. We can probably even co-parent in a friendly sort of way without taking things any deeper. That's the safest route. Friendship. I study his face, devouring his features, wondering what it'd be like to shake hands after tonight and then never see each other again. Like Jonas. I'm surprised at the sense of loss that fills me with. I don't know why it does. Friendship is safest. Isn't that what I want? To have things easy to handle? To make sure I never lose control of the situation? With Knox, I never seem to have control of the situation in the slightest. But it doesn't feel unpleasant like it did with Jonas. It feels like there's something exciting to look forward to for once. Like I have more to anticipate than just another round of past due bills showing up in the mail, or Keith heading over to be his usual dickweed self at my studio. I think for a moment, and then I sit up and turn my body so I'm facing him. We're no longer sitting side by side, but face to face. If I move any closer, I'd be in his lap. For a brief second, I feel another flash of fear. Am I making a mistake? Knox is younger than me, practically a stranger, and rich. I'm not what he needs. He's going to have the upper hand easily if I let him. Is this what I want? But I look into his dark eyes and study his sinfully handsome face. Like I said earlier, I'm not very good at relationships, I tell him in a low voice.
Me either,
he says, his voice low and husky. He leans in, a hint of a smile on his face.
Last one I tried, I got the girl pregnant.
For a moment, I'm shocked, and then I realize he's talking about me. Oh, did you think that night was a relationship?
Kinda hoped it'd be the start of one.
He's so watchful, so very intent and full of tension, like a coiled spring. He's waiting for me. And if it's nothing, I whisper,
it'll be the best nothing I ever had.
That makes me ache, it's so sweet. And then you'll move on with your life?
I don't know about that.
Oh? He shrugs and leans forward, just a little. That small motion makes me realize that I'm leaning forward, too. Any closer, and we'll practically be kissing.
How do you move on from your arm, or your leg, or half your heart? You can't. You just do the best you can with the pieces you got left.
Oh, my God. I fling myself into his arms, pressing him back against the mattress. I crawl over his lap and press my mouth to his, swooping into a kiss. I don't even have time to think about the consequences before his mouth is on mine and we're making out like teenagers in the backseat of a car. His lips move against mine, tongue thrusting into my mouth with all the possessiveness I can tell he's been holding back. He's been waiting for the okay from me all this time, to let him know that I'm all right with the claim he wants to stake. Now that I've broken the distance between us, he's like a wild man, tearing at my shirt and running his hands down my backside before dragging me down against his hips and rocking up against my core. I whimper when his cock rubs me right against the heat of my pussy. The yoga pants I'm wearing seem far too thin because I can feel all of that hardness. At the same time, it's far too much material between us. I'm wet already, and as his mouth slants over mine, claiming me with rough, frantic kisses, I start to rock up against him. I'm so wet, so full of need. I have been this entire night. Just a word from him, a look is all it takes, and it's like I want to fling my panties across the room. God, I have been so turned on all night. His chuckle brushes against my lips, and even that's so sexy I can hardly stand it. Never met a girl that got turned on by spider webs and dark shadows. Well, now you know what it takes to make me want to ride you like a bronco, I say, breathless. I slide my hands under his shirt and feel his hard chest. It's smooth and warm and rippled with muscle. Yummy. If you keep asking me like this, fuck yes. I can do that, he whispers, and his tongue flicks against my mouth in the most obscene, sexy little gesture. Tell me what haunted house you want to visit next, and it's all yours. Don't care about the ghosts, I say, panting. I've forgotten we're supposed to be ghost hunting. I've forgotten everything but him. Fuck the ghosts. They ain't my type. I prefer someone warm and touchable, who likes to scare children with her personality. I can't help but laugh at that, and then tug at the hem of his shirt. I want it off. Now. If there's any spirits here, they're welcome to pull up a chair and watch me touch you. And are you gonna touch me? He can't take his eyes off me, and I love that. It makes me want to do more. Touch you all over, I tell him in a silky voice, and I love his sexy groan of response. Being here with him feels more perfect than I could have imagined. I can't walk away from this. I won't walk away from it. Was kind of hoping you'd say that, Knox murmurs, because I've been dreaming about it ever since that first night together. Oh, God, me too. That's so. Yep, he says slowly, and leans in and nips at my lower lip. Keep thinking about how I didn't get a chance to part those gorgeous thighs and put my head between them for hours. Didn't you? I distinctly remember lots of licking. I haven't been able to think about much since. Not for hours, though. Felt like we didn't have enough time. He rubs his nose against mine in a subtle little touch that melts me. Next time, I'm going to take twice as long, because I love the way you taste. Well, I breathe, curling my fingers against his hard abdomen. You certainly know how to make a girl want to shuck her panties. You don't even have to shuck 'em, he tells me, and teases the waistband of my yoga pants. I get along just fine with you fully dressed. His fingers brush against my belly, and I practically squirm with need at that small touch. I can't resist teasing him because I want that so badly. I'm hearing a lot of talk and not seeing a lot of action. Knox chuckles. Bossy, bossy. His hand dips into my clothes, pushing right into my panties. He finds my pussy instantly, fingertips brushing over the curls of my sex before he heads straight for pay dirt. He touches my clit and immediately begins to rub, watching my face to see my reaction. He's definitely a man of action. All I had to do was hint that I'd like to be touched, and 2 moments later, his hand's in my pants. He makes a murmur of surprised pleasure as he slicks through my wetness, lubricating his fingers before moving them back over my clit again.
How is it possible you're so wet already? You been thinking about me touching you all day?
I whimper, twining my arms around his neck. Being pregnant does have a tiny side effect, I tell him.
Makes you horny? He guesses.
I guess that was obvious, I say, then gasp as he circles my clit. I can't help myself as I grind against his fingers, because it's not going to take long for me to come at all. Kind of surprised I haven't already spontaneously combusted just from his touch.
Well, that, and since I'm visiting, I needed something to do at night while you were playing hard to get.
With every word, he drags his fingertips against the sides of my clit, making my body sing.
So I went to a bookstore and bought a book about pregnancy. Been reading it at night.
I dig my fingers into the loose waves of his thick hair. It's just long enough that it tickles his collar and makes a girl want to run her fingers through it. Or claw it when he finger bangs her. Either one. You're reading a baby book? Why is that so sexy? I have to admit, I'm touched. And super, super aroused.
Dunno. But if reading gets you this hot, I need to do it more often.
He drags his fingers back and forth, and I feel him brush one against the opening of my core. Oh, God. A moment later, his thumb taps against my clit, and he pumps into me with one finger. Unfair. Unfair. It feels far too good, too fast. I cry out and press my forehead against his, clinging to him as he begins to work my pussy hard, thrusting into me and using his thumb to tease my clit. I want to touch him and give him pleasure, but I'm so far gone that all I can do is hold on to him and rock my hips against his hand.
That's right, sweetheart,
he murmurs as I ride his palm, lost in pleasure.
You come for me, and you come hard.
It's too much for my overstimulated body. I come a moment later, just as he tells me to. It feels so amazingly good to ride the orgasm, to let it ripple over my body as he pumps his big fingers into me. I give a breathless little sigh as he stops, quivering. That went by entirely too fast.
I'll say. I don't know if I'm pleased or disappointed that I didn't get to watch more.
He brushes his lips against mine, and I realize my face is still pressed up against his. I hope I didn't make any unsexy expressions as I came, seeing as how I'm giving him a poor close look at my O-face.
Guess I'm just gonna have to make you do all that again so I can get another look.
I squeeze my thighs around his hand, still settled between my legs, his fingers deep inside me. You're not going to hear a protest from this girl. Knox gives me another one of those meltingly perfect smiles and moves in to kiss me again. His beard rubs against my face, part ticklish and part abrasive. But I don't care. I love the feel of it. I kiss him with all the enthusiasm I feel, and he groans, his hand surging up against my pussy again. I remember that he hasn't come yet, that the last few minutes were all me. Kinda makes me want to stick my hand down his pants and give him the same reward. Actually, I should do just that. I wiggle my eyebrows at him and slide my hands down his chest, and then move to the waistband of his jeans. Your turn.
My turn.
He arches one dark brow at me.
Are we taking turns then?
Only seems fair to me. I'm all about equality. I shift on his lap, rubbing up against his hand, which is still deliciously tormenting me. You might have to move this, though.
No deal, he drawls,
heat in his eyes.
Thinking at this point that it's my property.
I shiver at the thought of him owning my pussy. I'm not saying you can't play with it again later. Just let me do as I like, and I'll make it up to you. And I stroke my hand up and down the hard length of him through his clothes, and then undo the button of his jeans. Unless you don't like that sort of thing.
Fuck, not like it. You might as well ask if I like breathing.
Pretending like it's no big deal, I shrug and rub up and down against his cock again. You tell me. He leans in and kisses me hard, as if he's going to miss out and wants to claim as much of me as he can before I'm taken away from him. I love that, and I moan against his mouth when his tongue strokes against mine, and he gives my pussy one last firm finger thrust that makes me needy all over again. But then his hand is gone, and I'm left feeling oddly bereft, even though it was my suggestion. Maybe next time I need to keep my mouth shut. The open button taunts me, though, and reminds me of all the fun we can have in an entirely different way. Speaking of breathing, I whisper, let's give this part of you a little air, shall we? I slide his zipper down carefully, and then pull his jeans apart, exposing a dark triangle of boxer briefs. The material's straining against his erection, and I make a little clucking noise at the sight. He's practically suffocating under here. I think he should come out and play.
I think he agrees,
Knox tells me, nearly as breathless as I am. Shall I do the honors? When he nods, I tug the material down, exposing the thick length of his shaft. His skin is darker here, flushed with blood, and there's a long vein that traces up the underside that's just begging for my tongue to explore it. The head of his cock's already glazed with a bit of pre-cum, telling me he's not as controlled as he's pretending to be. Of course, now that I have him exposed, I'm not entirely sure what to do with the elastic band of his briefs, which I've pulled down his thighs. Since he's seated, there's no room to drag the material down further. And if I let go, it's going to choke his nuts. This isn't quite the same as his sexy under-my-clothing fingering, because his clothing is a lot less stretchy than mine. I should get up so you can take this off.
No,
he murmurs, and reaches into his back pocket. A moment later, he pulls out a pocket knife and flips it open, exposing the blade. He puts it under the elastic and jerks, cutting the fabric with a quick motion. The material rips, and he doesn't stop until he's torn his underwear off and tossed them aside. Well, I murmur, a little surprised at the action, and a little amused. There go all my plans for a ghosts and panties party later.
I'll just borrow yours if I need panties,
he tells me with a wicked grin, closing his knife and tossing it aside, too.
Of course, I might have to stop sniffing them first.
You're going to sniff my panties?
Fuck yeah. You think you're leaving here with them today?
Hell no. His grin is mischievous.
They're all mine.
We'll see about that. Maybe I'll just distract him enough that he'll forget all about panty snatching. With a little teasing of my own, I grasp his cock and give the shaft a squeeze. If we're claiming things, I think I'm going to start here. Knox's eyes grow heavy-lidded.
It's all yours, sweetheart. Just be good to it.
Oh, I'll be very, very good, I murmur to him, then lean in and give the head a lick. I've thought about doing this ever since we parted that night. I didn't get a chance to tease him with my mouth, and I've wondered how he would react. Is he one of those that gets grabby and starts shoving a girl's head down? Or is he one that prefers other things in bed? Every man is different, of course. But Knox only groans and caresses my cheek, then strokes my arm, as if he needs to show me just how much he appreciates my efforts. That's heady stuff, and it makes me want to do more to him. I want to show him just how much I like him, how much touching him is so very appealing to me. I've never really minded touching a man in the past, but none has made me have such cravings as Knox has. I've daydreamed about what it'd be like to take him in my mouth and suck him until he loses control of his senses. Have you ever had anyone tell you that you have a nice cock? I murmur as I rub my lips against the head.
Never.
Never? No one's ever told you what a nice, thick shaft you have? I give it another squeeze just to prove my point. Or that it's got a big, fat head that's just begging to be nibbled on? I flick my tongue against it. Or that there's this little vein underneath that looks very, very sensitive. I move lower and lick the vein, and then cup his balls in one hand. Or that these are so nice and plump.
Can't say the boys in the locker room ever said such things,
he grits out, panting. It's clear he loves my touch. His cock jerks in response every time I move, which is almost as exciting as touching him. Almost. What about the women you've dated in the past?
Can't remember a thing about 'em other than they weren't you, so they don't matter.
And he gives me a look filled with such longing that it makes me quiver all over again.
Nobody mattered before you, and there ain't gonna be anyone after you, Lexi.
I don't respond to that, because what can I possibly say? It's too soon for someone like me to make such a commitment. Commitment's definitely not my strong suit, but I'm not going to let that ruin the moment. I just give him a sly smile and lean in to lick the head of his cock once more. We can talk about where this is going another day. Right now, I just want to enjoy what we've got right now. I drag my tongue over him again, and then take him in my mouth. The breath hisses out between his teeth, and then Knox caresses my cheek again, burying his hand in my hair.
Fuck, you're pretty like that.
I tighten my lips around him, and then take him even deeper. I love the way he gives this masculine grasp, like he's forgotten that air exists until this very moment. I need to hear that over and over again, so I do my best to make him wild with desire, employing everything I know from past experience. My hand is tight around his shaft, and I work it slowly, even as I use my lips and tongue to pleasure him. I hum a little as I move up and down on his shaft until I hear that intake of breath again and taste a hint of salt in my mouth. He's close. I kick things up a notch then. With my tongue, I work the underside of his shaft, alternating between that and sucking. I plunge deeper, taking him as far as I can until he's butting up against the back of my throat. He encourages me with heated words and small touches to my face, even as his hips lift up, as if he wants desperately to fuck my face, but won't push me into it. That's sweet, but I'm enjoying this as much as he is, and so I take his hand and put it on the back of my head, showing him that it's all right to be as forceful with me as he wants. He groans when I do, and then begins to guide my head, pumping into my mouth until he comes with a hoarse shout of my name. I swallow his spend and drag my tongue over him as I lift my head, then give him a sly look. You know you're allowed to touch me, right? I won't break. His face is sweaty and flushed, his eyes heavy with his arousal as he pants.
Didn't want you to feel like you were forced into anything.
If I feel that way, I'll let you know. Until then, I'm yours to play with just as much as you're mine.
That's so?
He asks, breathless, and locks an arm around my waist, dragging me up against him. He holds me close, even as he moves our bodies to the floor, and a moment later, he's on top of me, and his hand is going back into my pants.
You want to do some ghost hunting now, or you want to hand over these panties?
I think we've scared away any ghosts that might be here, I murmur, my arms going around his neck. They're scandalized by me deep-throating that hammer of yours. He snorts, and a moment later, I feel his fingers brushing over my folds again.
If they're scandalized by that, they ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh? I ask, breathless. I can't believe how aroused I am again already. Giving him a blowjob was exciting, but I've never been this turned on in the past. Guess I really haven't seen anything yet. I can't wait for him to show me more. Chapter 12. Lexi. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I'm roused from an exhausted sleep, cuddled against Knox's chest. What woke me up? I hear something a moment later, a muffled thumping sound. I freeze in bed, my heart pounding. Is it ghosts? Is there a haunting here after all? Knox rubs my naked ass with one big hand under the blankets.
It's your phone, sweetheart. Don't be scared.
Oh, Jesus. I exhale slowly and sit up in bed, looking around. I knew that.
Sure you did,
he says with a yawn, and tries to pull me back down against him.
Ignore it and it'll stop.
I lean in and tease his nipple, just to make him groan. Be right back. I slide out of bed, not caring that I'm naked, and start digging around in the strewn clothing and bedding to figure out where my phone is. We've pretty much demolished this room after another round or two, or three, of sex. I find a sock hanging off the flat-screen TV, and my phone's in the ice bucket under Knox's t-shirt. I have no idea how either one got there, but that answers why there was a weird thumping. With it tucked against my chest, I crawl back into bed and let Knox pull me back against him. He tangles his legs with mine as his hand goes back to my hip, as if he just wants to touch me while he sleeps. I tilt my phone away from his face so I don't blind him with the screen and click on the text messages. It's Natalie, and she's sent me a flood of texts. Nat. Hey, I know it's late, but I can't sleep, and I'm peeling wallpaper at 3 a.m. Nat. In case you're asking why I am peeling wallpaper at 3 a.m, let me tell you, I can't sleep. This house is such a fixer-upper that it's keeping me up all night. Nat. There is teal wallpaper in the bathroom and yellow countertops from the 70s. I'm going to let that sink in for a moment. Nat. I know it might not be the brightest idea to decide to remodel when we're just starting out. I'm realizing that now. But we couldn't find anything we liked, and Clay wanted the baby to have a home, a.k.a. not his trailer. And I was all, hey, I can do that. No problem. Nat. Next time I say it's no problem, slap me in the face. I said this would be exciting. It's not exciting. Nat. Well, the teal wallpaper isn't exciting, but the house is big, and it's fun to pick my own decor. But the bathroom wallpaper bothers me, so here I am in the middle of the night, peeling. Nat. Well, in between peeling, I'm texting you like a madwoman. Nat. Which brings me to my question of how come you haven't moved into my guest house yet? Nat. It's set up to be the perfect sort of apartment, you know, and rent-free. Nat. Not that you're a charity case. Nat. But I know your yoga business has been in the toilet back at Luca. Nat. And I know San Antonio is a big relocation for you. Nat. But I'd hate for the place to sit empty, and I'd love for you to be nearby. Nat. Just think about it, okay? Nat. Talk to you in the morning when you get this. Wallpaper is calling my name. Knox groans and buries his face against my hair, hiding his. Did she write you a fucking book? Seems like it. I click the screen off and toss my phone aside, then snuggle close to him again. His hand immediately goes to the curve of my ass, and he squeezes it possessively. I breathe in his scent. He's a little sweaty, but instead of it being a turnoff, I like the smell of his skin. I rub up against him and close my eyes, trying to go back to sleep. I can't, though. Instead, I keep thinking about Nat's one-way conversation on my cell phone. She's offering me the guest house on her property. It'd be cheap. I'd pay her rent, of course, because I'm not a freeloader, but I could name my price. Nat likes to take care of people. I'd be in San Antonio, where Knox lives. Best of all, I'd be away from Keith. He could leave me the fuck alone for once. It'd be a fresh start in what has felt increasingly like a stale dead end. As a place to live, Luca sucks. The only person that I liked there was Natalie, and she's moved away. There's nothing holding me back, in theory. Except, that's where my business is. My studio is there. Everything I've worked for in the past 5 years is there. Sure, it's a small apartment and an equally small studio, but it's mine. I've worked hard to build that up. Every customer that comes to my studio for yoga is an accomplishment that I made on my own. Moving into a friend's guest house doesn't exactly advance my independence, but it's tempting. My credit cards are in the red thanks to my business, and they don't look to be in the black anytime soon. My studio rent is going up, and attendance in my classes has fallen off dramatically. Some of it is because there's a gym that opened up one town over, and some of it, well, it's because I'm shitty with people. I have no patience, and I'm weird. In a small, conservative southern town, I'm the weirdo that dresses in black and doesn't go to the town social events. In the last 3 days, my classes have been nearly empty. I've been worrying over how I'm going to make the rent. Or I can say fuck it to all of it and move into Natalie's guest house. I don't know what to do.
Knox. Best thing in the world is waking up with your woman naked in your bed. Lexi's tucked against me with that flexible, bendy little body of hers that makes me so fucking crazy, and her head's against my chest. Fills me with all kinds of pride and possessiveness. This beautiful woman is mine, and she's carrying my child. I'm so overwhelmed with how good it makes me feel, how happy, how satisfied. I'm totally stealing her panties. She wakes up eventually, and after a quick round of morning sex, she heads for the shower. I hide her panties away before I join her, and then we get dressed for breakfast. Lexi's not a morning person, and clearly grumpy, but I don't mind. Even her grumpiness is cute. We didn't find any paranormal shit, but I don't think either of us minded much. I know I didn't. The living, specifically her, are far more interesting than any ghosts. We grab a couple of cups of coffee downstairs in the cafe and sit for breakfast. Lexi picks up a bit after the coffee, even though it's decaf because of the baby, but she's still awfully quiet, even after the food comes and we start to eat. I hope it ain't regret that's making her silent. I snag one of the coasters at our table, just to see if she's paying attention. She flicks my hand with her finger. Yep, she noticed. But she's still silent and thoughtful. I ain't sure what to make of that. Something wrong? Lexi stifles a yawn and then shakes her head.
Lot on my mind.
I notice she's demolished everything on her plate. She eats like a champ, my Lexi. Like the baby? Her expression grows even more thoughtful.
Am I a bad person if I admit I wasn't thinking about the baby at all?
No. It's still pretty new for both of us, I imagine. Though I'm already obsessed at the thought of a baby with her dark hair and smile. Wonder if it's too soon for me to ask when the next doctor's appointment is, so I can come along and soak up information about our baby. Course, that's if she lets me. Lexi's the type to run if she feels pressured. I gotta play it slow. So, what's next?
What do you mean?
She looks mournfully at her empty orange juice glass. I give a casual shrug, even though I'm not feeling casual. I'm feeling tense and possessive. Is she gonna run off on me again and ghost me for another 2 months? Or are we finally gonna get somewhere? Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I want her to have my name. I want our baby to be ours, not just hers. I mean, you and me. What's next for us? Lexi appears to consider that for a moment, and then gestures with her hand.
Give me your phone.
When I give it to her, she begins to type.
I'm going to put my phone number in here, and I'll add yours to mine. You can text me.
She looks over it at me, and her mouth quirks.
I realize it'll be a struggle, but try, for my sake.
I'll do my best, I tease back. Unless this is a subtle request for dick pics.
Oh, Knox, she purrs. You know I'm terrible with subtle.
I laugh, because she ain't wrong. I'm disappointed that all I'm getting is her number, but it's something. So that's all we're doing then? Exchanging phone numbers? She licks her lips and considers for a moment, and her expression seems a little tense, troubled.
I need a few days to think.
About me?
Actually, about me.
Her smile is brilliant.
You're the easy part to figure out in all this. I know what you want. I'm just not sure what I want.
Can I help? I nudge my half-drunk orange juice toward her. I'm good at convincing, if that's what you need.
More like I just need to figure out which path is best for me and the parasite.
Her gaze connects with mine.
But I'll include you either way. This is not me telling you no or running away, Knox. This is me saying I might be running around this weekend and I want to hear from you. So please text me instead of dropping by.
I can do that. I ain't got much choice in the matter, but I know one thing for sure. I'm not giving up on her. Clay. Hey, bro, you around? Knox. Call me. Clay. Where are you at? Gage said E, Texas. Why? Knox. Call me. Knox. Call me. Clay. Hit me back. In a meeting. Clay. A meeting you should be in, by the way. Knox. God damn it. Knox. Why doesn't anyone call anymore? Why is everyone obsessed with texting? Clay. 'Cause you can do it in a meeting? Not my fault you got meaty fingers. Knox. Fuck you. Knox. If you're not gonna call me, just tell me what you want already. I'm trying to keep the line open. Clay. Bro, did you fall out of the Stone Age? You can get a call when you're texting. Clay. Anyhow, Boone wanted to know if you want to go on the next rig run with him. He's dowsing on Tuesday at a new location. I'm taking Nat to a tile warehouse in Houston, so it's either you or Gage playing sidekick. You know how he needs someone to keep the suits busy while he does his thing. Clay. And just between me and you, I'd rather it be you than Gage. Clay. I don't trust Gage to show up sober. Knox. I might be busy. Clay. Oh? With who? Knox. Not necessarily a who. Knox. Damn it, why can't you just call me already? Clay. Well, now I'm just gonna text you all the time. Clay. This is payback for putting ketchup in my beer all the damn time. Gage. I'll go with Boone. Gage. You go do your little Darth yoga chick. Gage. Did you swap all the beer in my fridge with fucking root beer? Gage. I'm going to murder you when you get back. Gage. Where are you? Gage. Scratch that. I'm raiding your trailer. Knox. Why do you MFers never call a man? Knox. You just text all day. It's annoying. Gage. Kinda like if your brother stole all your beer? Gage. Dude, your trailer has a padlock on the fridge. WTF. Knox. Thought you might head over. Gage. You suck. Gage. This entire family sucks. Gage. If I want to get drunk until my brain's pickled, I can. Knox. Quit bitching and give me some advice. Gage. Advice? Knox. Yeah. Call me. Gage. Just text it. Gage. Or use symbols. Knox. I hate you. Knox. Fine. I'll text. So Darth Yoga put my number in her phone and said I could text her but not to come over. Knox. Dunno what to make of that. Gage. She's married, bro. You're tapping married pussy. Abort. Abort. Gage. You do not want that. Knox. She ain't married. Said she's got some shit going on. Gage. Married. Knox. Forget I asked. Gage. I'm just teasing you. Gage. Hello? Gage. Bro, it was a joke. Gage. Damn, you're sure touchy in a text message. Gage. Fine. You want my help, I will help. Gage. Is it possible she has a really strict dad? Knox. Don't think her parents are involved anymore. Gage. Then something's going on at work, maybe. Gage. Or she's got finals or something stressful. Gage. That's beside the point, though. She's a chick. They can be cagey. Did you try texting her? Knox. Not yet. Gage. Don't send her dick pics. Gage. Girls hate that shit. Knox. You send your dick to women? Gage. Me? Nah, I don't need to. I get in their pants just fine. Smiley face. Gage. Just saying in general. Knox. I just wonder if she's pushing me away again. Knox. Man, I sound like a chick saying that. Knox. But she's hard to nail down. Doesn't want anything to do with me. And then when she caves, we're all over each other for a day, and then nothing. Knox. So I don't know what to think. Knox. I asked her to marry me. Gage. The fuck? Gage. You did what? My phone rings a moment later. Figured it would. I consider for a long pause, letting it ring 3 times, and then pick it up just before it goes to voicemail. Yo. You jackass. You asked Darth Yoga to marry you? Why? If you want to get laid, bro, there are easier ways. You sound sober, I tell him cheerfully. Run out of trailers to raid for beer? Fuck you for padlocking your fridge. And yeah, I'm far too sober to deal with this shit. Don't change the subject. You really asked her to marry you? Yeah. I think of Lexi and how even though it's only been 2 days since I saw her, I miss her like crazy. I don't bring up the baby, though. Not yet. You know how Clay just knew when he met Natalie and didn't want anyone else but her? Ever? That's how I feel about Lexi. Yeah, but Clay's a fucking dumbass. I thought you were smarter than that. He sighs heavily. Fuck. Am I gonna be the only one left in this trailer park? For a moment, he sounds so lost and lonely that I want to get in my truck and drive home to hang out with him. I know what he's thinking. That it used to be him and Seth that would bro up and play video games and talk shit when they didn't have dates, and now it's just him. The fact that all his older brothers have someone in their lives now has to be making him feel even more isolated. So, you can't help me? I ask, even though I don't really want help. Lexi's a puzzle that Gage won't be able to figure out. She's mine to decode, and I love her tricky personality, even if I don't always understand it. But Gage needs someone to talk to, I think. And if there's one thing Gage is good at, it's romancing women. Let me think. You're still out in bumfuck East Texas, right? Yeah, I say, settling into the motel chair. Will be for a few more days in case she wants to hang out. She's texted me, but they haven't been real conversations. She texted you. You didn't text her? Right. That's a good sign, bro. I hear a crash of something and then a heavy thud on the other end. What are you doing? Heading back to my own trailer. Yours sucks. Fucking padlock on the fridge. Enjoy the root beer, I needle him. Go fuck yourself, he tells me in the same sing-song voice. Did you want my help or no? I'm listening. Mostly because I'm worried about him. Well, and I wouldn't mind some perspective on Lexi from another point of view. You're showing your hand far too soon. Best way to get a girl after you is to let her know you're interested, but just a little. You're coming on far too strong. See, she texted you, right? Right. And it wasn't much. Just a hey, what's up? Right. What did you send back? I shrug my shoulders even as I answer. Just asked her how her day was gone and if she was busy. And what did she say? She said she was busy and I haven't texted her since. Gage makes a pained sound. Bro, she is using my playbook on you. She flipped the script. She let you know she was interested, but just a little. Now she's waiting for you to chase again. Kinda hard not to, seeing as how she's got my baby in her. Mm-hmm. You need to turn this around, Knox, or you're gonna be jerking it on your couch for the rest of your life. I scratch my beard. Is he wrong? I don't know that he is. Lexi has shown she feels she's just fine without me. She doesn't want my money despite being broke as fuck. She doesn't want my help despite being pregnant with my kid. If I fell off the planet tomorrow, I'm not sure it would affect her in the slightest. That bothers me at a really deep level. I mean, damn. I know I'm gutted every time she doesn't answer me right away. Am I coming on too strong? Would it be smarter to play a little harder then? So, what do? You make her thirsty, Gage tells me. That's your problem. She ain't thirsty. He sounds a little too confident as he repeats his advice. Thirst is how you win a girl. I don't think he's wrong. But I'm not sure how I make Lexi thirsty when she's carrying my baby and doesn't need me. Somehow, I've got to figure out how to make her want me, and want me hard.
Chapter 13. Lexi. To say that business has been slow since I got back has been an understatement. I mean, I was gone for 2 days and had to cancel 2 private sessions, but that doesn't explain why my studio has been completely empty for the past 3 additional days. No one showed up for classes despite being signed up. My private sessions have had all kinds of excuses why they couldn't come in. It's like everyone in town has decided to bail out on me. It's a little worrisome, of course. Business has never been brisk, but I'm also kind of a prickly asshole at best, and this is a small conservative town. They don't know what to make of someone like me, who has no kids, doesn't go to church, wears black, and never attends bingo night. I've always been an oddity, and it's never bothered me that much. I figured business would build with word of mouth and happy clients, and even if I was never booming, I could make enough to be my own boss and be happy. But a deserted yoga studio 3 days in a row has me worried. It's like I came back after being away for a short period and all my business up and left. I'd blame Keith, but he's been awfully silent lately, which makes me hope that he's found someone new to stalk and harass. It's all very strange. I check my schedule for the next week, and I have a nagging suspicion that the people that canceled on me today are going to cancel on me next week, too. Did I say something that somehow got around town, and that's why I'm being ignored? I call up Mrs. Bateman. She's not scheduled for another 2 days, but I don't care. She picks up after the first ring and doesn't sound thrilled to hear from me. I'm glad you called, Lexi. I need to cancel the rest of my appointments. You do? Not just this week, but forever? Can I ask why, Mrs. Bateman? I thought you liked coming to my studio. Well, I do, and I know my doctor said it's good for my posture, but I'm not a fan of the little problems you've been having. Her tone is very matter-of-fact. You're a very nice girl, but that sort of thing is just disgusting. Problems? She wasn't even one of the clients I canceled on. What is she talking about? When you say problems, I assume you don't mean my avant-garde personality. She snorts. I mean your bedbugs, young lady. That's something you should really disclose to your clients, seeing as how we have to take off our shoes and lie on your mats for class. What if we picked them up? It's horrifying to think about. What? Bedbugs? I don't have bedbugs. Isn't that why you shut down this last weekend? So you could fumigate? That's all everyone at the diner can talk about. Your filthy little studio. There's pure revulsion in her voice. This is a small town. Did you think it wouldn't get out? You've figured me out, I say dryly. It was my secret plan to infest the good people of this town with bedbugs, and now I've been foiled. My tone is mocking to cover up the hurt I'm feeling. So who told you? Well, Agnes said she heard it from one of the firefighters that saw the truck pull up in front of your building and stay there all night. Like I say, this is a small town. There's a knot in my gut that seems to swell the moment I hear firefighters. The smallest of towns, I agree with her, and hang up the phone. No sense in talking anymore. I know exactly where this rumor came from. Keith Lawrence. I should have known. I'm filled with blistering rage at the realization that he's sabotaging me, and it's quickly followed up with helpless frustration. What can I do? No one will ever believe me over Keith. Everyone adores him. They think he's perfect, and if he's a little too single-minded in his pursuit of me, I must be the problem, and not him. He's handsome and strong, and helps old ladies across the street. And he's completely, utterly psycho. But, hey, I'm the problem, obviously. I stare out at my empty studio, all the mats rolled up in the corner, waiting to be used. I have no doubt in my mind that Keith started the rumor of the bedbugs. Heck, it might not even be a rumor. All he had to do was pay a pest control guy to park his truck in front of my studio all night and let the story write itself. For all I know, the town thinks I have any number of creepy crawlies, roaches, bedbugs, lice. Or Laura blabbed about Knox's offhand comment at lunch. I don't think it's her, though. I don't put it past Keith to completely destroy my business to punish me and make me needy and vulnerable. I have no one here that will take my side. He's trying to corner me. Except, I don't have to be cornered. Natalie's given me an out. I can give up here and run away, start over with a new place to live. I can give up on my business. I can get hours away from Keith. I can move closer to Knox. Just thinking about him gives me warm, fuzzy feelings. I haven't been the greatest girlfriend to him the last few days, since I've been preoccupied with the mystery of my failing business. But being closer to Knox means I can see him regularly. It means I can see his laugh in person and touch him and let him put his arms around me. I can breathe in his scent and touch his ticklish beard, and we can have all the nasty sex we want to. We can go on more dates. He can be at my side when I have more doctor's appointments for the baby. Really, if it weren't for Knox, I'd turn Natalie down flat. I love her, but I'm stubborn and don't like to give up. In fact, the idea of abandoning my studio here makes me crazy. But there's Knox to think about, and the baby. I'm not just thinking about what's best for me at this point, but what's best for all of us, and the future. Maybe it is better to move closer to him. It doesn't have to be moving in with him. Not yet. But maybe in a few months we can see where we're at. Maybe. It's a little frightening to be thinking about a future with him. All of my future plans have only included me. Then again, none of my future plans ever included a baby either, and I'm having to wrap my head around the concept. I touch my stomach, thinking hard. Do I do what's best for me? Or do I think about the baby and Knox and the future we could possibly have together? As if he can sense my troubled thoughts, Knox pings my phone with a text. Knox. Let's say I was missing my girl and thinking about her. Haven't seen her in almost a week and keep thinking about the taste of her pussy. How would I get her to go out with me again so I can lick her until she's screaming? Knox. Asking for a friend, of course. I can't help but smile at his text. I know how much he hates texting, but since I asked him to do that instead of call, he's been great about it. Every day I get weird pictures from him, little notes, and the most exacting, precisely spelled and punctuated texts that make me laugh inside. It's like he's trying so very hard to do texting correctly, just to please me. Doesn't take much to give me the warm fuzzies when it comes to this guy. Would it be so terrible to move closer to him and far, far away from Keith? I look around my little studio, wishing that I felt more compelled to stay, that I could feel a bone-deep sense of pride in what I've created here and tell Keith to fuck off and stand up for myself, that I could regroup and win my customers back. It'd take hard work and a lot of hustle, but I'm sure I can do it. Instead, I'm just tired. The thought of doing open classes and recruiting and flyers and convincing people like Mrs. Bateman that she needs my classes, all of that makes me want to take a nap. Even if I manage to right my sinking ship, that doesn't solve the problem of the baby and what I'm going to do once it gets here. Knox deserves to be in the baby's life, but if he's a few hours away, it means we're going to have to hustle twice as hard to make things work. And the thought is exhausting. I've tried so hard for so long, and it'd be nice to take a break. Instead of seeing hard work rewarded when I look at my studio, I see the hole Keith put in the wall and nothing but worry about how I'm going to pay the rent on this place next month. I don't see opportunity anymore. I see an anchor weighing me down. I consider my phone and Knox's dirty text. Lexi. I think you have the wrong number, young man. Lexi. No hot pussy here. Knox. I'm not so sure about that. Have you checked lately? Knox. Go ahead. I'll wait. I laugh despite myself. He can always make me forget just how troubled I am. And I love that about him. Lexi. You're just dying for me to touch myself to the thought of you, aren't you? Knox. Am I that obvious? Lexi. You're a man, so yes. Knox. I'm going to pretend you said that with a smile on your face. Lexi. Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't dream of saying such things otherwise. Knox. So, do you have an answer? About how I'd get my sexy, tasty, limber girlfriend to see me again? Lexi. I like how you casually threw limber in there. Knox. I feel it's an important trait. Lexi. Totally. I'm doing stretches in anticipation of our reunion. Knox. Me too. Want to make sure I can keep up. I laugh again. I feel like a bit of a loon sitting in my empty studio and just laughing to myself. But Knox's texts just make me feel so good about everything. Like nothing's a problem when he's there to make me smile. Like it'll all be okay, even if I'm pregnant and unmarried and broke and being stalked by a jerk. So I think for a moment and then text him again. Lexi. As for seeing your girlfriend again, what are you doing this weekend? Because I might be moving into Natalie's guest house. I'm going to need someone to help me unpack. Knox. Hell, I can do more than unpack. I can help you pack. I can shove all your stuff into the back of my truck and help you move, too. You name it, I can do it. Knox. And then, of course, I can lick your pussy to help you relax. Knox. I'm charitable like that. Lexi. Your generosity is overwhelming, but just helping me unpack will do. Knox. I can do that. I set my phone down because my hands are shaking a little. I guess I'm doing this. I'll text Nat to let her know I'm coming and start packing. I don't want Knox to come to Luca and help, because I worry that Keith will see him hanging around and it'll turn into a messy confrontation. I just want to quietly get out of here. I'll keep things low-key and then just bail one night. No forwarding address, no confrontations or goodbyes. Close down the studio and quietly disappear. No more Keith. No more stress. No more worries. Fresh start. I can do this. Chapter 14. Lexi. 3 days later. You have no idea what a good friend you are, Nat, I tell my bestie as I run a roller up and down the wall. I've just moved into Natalie's guest house with most of my stuff still in boxes, and we're giving the place a quick paint job before I unpack. Well, I'm giving it a quick paint job. Poor Natalie's lying on the couch with a cold cloth pressed against her forehead and a barf bucket at her side. She has morning sickness, something awful. It makes me feel a little guilty that I'm doing amazing, without a hint of any sort of nausea. If anything, I've needed to nap and I eat like a horse, but I don't see those as problems. I'm selfishly glad you're here, Nat tells me from her spot on the couch. I missed having a friend nearby. I mean, Clay's here and he's wonderful, but I can't complain about girl stuff to him. I grin and give the wallpaper another swipe of cheery yellow. Even though I love my dark and foreboding color palette when I wear clothing, I like a bright and airy room. The ceiling here has been scraped of popcorn and painted a pale pink, and the walls are going to be a pale yellow. Instead of curtains, I've opted to use some of the sheer Indian scarves from my studio. I abandoned most of my furniture, since I figured I could buy new stuff at the nearest superstore. Mostly, I just wanted to get out of Luca fast. I waited for a weekday so Keith would be working, packed up my studio, packed up my apartment, and shoved it all in my car and got the hell out of here. I talked to my landlord and paid the rest of my apartment rent, even though it cleaned out my savings. I'm still figuring out what to do about the studio rent, since I'm technically on the hook for it at the beginning of the month, but I'll figure that out. For now, I'm going to concentrate on the fact that I'm here with friends and grabbing at my fresh start. I really appreciate this, I tell Natalie again for the billionth time. Are you sure Clay doesn't mind me paying you just $100 a month until I figure out what to do about my business? She snorts and presses the towel tighter against her brows. Lexi, you dork. Clay wouldn't care if I paid you to live here. He just wants me to be happy, and if having you nearby makes me happy, he is all for it. I'm just surprised you decided to pull up roots. I shrug and dip my roller into the paint again, then slap it on the wall. I thought it was time for a change. All my clients have been kind of wandering away, and the writing was on the wall, so to speak. Why are you losing clients? She asks, sympathy in her voice. Because Luca's so small? Maybe, I tell her. I don't elaborate. She doesn't know that Keith was causing me problems. I've always been really good at hiding my issues. Heck, it was hard enough confessing to Knox that I was married once. I haven't told Nat that. There's something about my inability to handle my personal life that embarrasses me. My yoga studio failing? That sucks. And it happens. I can talk about that. But my ridiculous first marriage, my problems with Keith, the baby in my belly, I can't say a thing about them. It's not that I don't trust Natalie. It's that everything inside me locks up and fills with shame at the thought of sharing all my fuck-ups. Sorry, baby, I mentally apologize to my stomach as I run the roller down the wall. You're a fuck-up, but a good kind. I promise. To change subjects on Nat, I glance back at her as I paint. So, tell me about the parasite. How far along are you? She groans. Almost 3 months. Considering you bought this house and married Clay after that, I can math up that prim Natalie Weston has been a very, very naughty girl. Her laugh is pained. Just don't tell my father. I'm going to have the baby early, as far as he knows. Nat's father is a whole other mess of worms. I don't comment that she'd be lucky if he remembered the baby at all, but that's just cruel. And I won't be that way to Natalie. She's a damn angel and deserves every bit of happiness she can get. I won't say a thing. You hoping for a boy or a girl? It feels disloyal to pick one, she admits from her spot on the couch. Like if I say one thing, I'm going to destroy my kid if it's not that. I'd be happy with either one. That's a total cop-out answer, and you know it. You have to have an idea of what you want. I know I do. It came to me about a week ago. Maybe when I last saw Knox looking at me with those dark brows and that gorgeous smile. I want a boy. I want a boy that looks just like him, with his beautiful eyes and strong build. He's so good-looking that something like that deserves to be passed along in the world. I like to think his son would have his father's same watchful, clever mind. How wonderful would that be? Behind me, Natalie sighs. Well, if I had to pick something, I guess I'd pick a girl. Just because of the sweet little dresses you can put them in. But I really would be happy with anything. I'm just thrilled that it feels like everything's finally coming together. I have Clay, and we're having a baby. Everything else is just gravy. I glance back at her, and she's got the most beatific smile on her face. Aw, you're lucky. I'm so glad everything's worked out for you. I really am happy, Natalie says softly. I want the same for you, too. I want you to be as happy as I am. With a man and a baby on the way, she has no idea how close to the mark she's hitting with that. Natalie bails out on me a short time later, the paint fumes only aggravating her nausea. That's all right. I don't mind painting the rest by myself. I get it done quickly enough, but I can't stop thinking about Natalie and her happiness. All she's ever wanted was Clay, and she has him and the baby to boot. I have the baby, but I don't know how I feel about Knox. Scratch that. I know how I feel about Knox. I like him. Far too much. I don't know how to process that, because everything in my mind is screaming danger when it comes to settling down in a relationship. It turned out bad with Jonas. It turned out worse than bad with Keith. What if things go sour with Knox? Not only will there be a baby in the mix, but my best friend and the holder of my rent is married into that family. It'd be smarter not to get involved at all. If Knox and I have an ugly breakup like I did with Jonas, I could lose everything. Again. Just the thought makes me break out into a cold sweat. Someone knocks at the door to the guest house. We don't want any, I call out. There's a laugh. I recognize it immediately. Knox. My body flushes with awareness, and I feel feverish. Going from terror to arousal will do that to a girl, I suppose. I put down my roller and head to the door. The windows are open to let in air, but I didn't like the idea of the door hanging open, so I flip the lock and open it a crack. Knox gives me a devilish smile on the other side of the door. He's got a basket of flowers under one arm and what looks like a champagne bottle. Housewarming celebration incoming? Before you ask, he says, pointing at the bottle. This is apple cider. Exciting. You're just in time to paint. I open the door wider, indicating he should come in. He eyes the guest house as he walks in, sizing it up. This is nice. It is, I agree, really pleased with my new digs. I forgot to ask Natalie to send me pictures before I moved, so I came into things a little blind. The guest house itself is roomy, the main room as big as my old apartment, and windows line the walls to let in a lot of light. There's a stone fireplace angled in one corner, a small kitchen, and a separate room for my bed with a bathroom in the hallway. It's absolutely wonderful, and I'm so thankful Natalie's such a good friend. I couldn't even afford something like this on my regular budget, so for her to graciously allow me to live here for $100 a month seems practically criminal. It feels like I'm using my friend, and my mood plummets a little. Combined with my confusion over where Knox and I are at, I'm a frustrated mess within a few seconds flat. Thanks, hormones. He enters the guest house, and his eyes gleam with pleasure as he sizes me up. You're looking mighty fine today. I glance down at the shorts and old t-shirt I'm wearing. My hair is pulled into a messy knot, and I'm sweaty and covered in paint drippings. I see we're going to have to recalibrate what mighty fines means if this is your idea of hot. Sweetheart, you could be wearing a paper bag, and I'd think you were the sexiest creature alive. He moves toward me immediately and puts his arm around me and gives me a light kiss. Been too long since I looked at you. Now show me where all this furniture is so I can help you set up your new place. I should be melting under such flattery, but all I can think about is how I'm using him, in a way. He didn't ask to be a dad or to have a ready-made girlfriend. Our hookup was supposed to be a one-time-only thing, and here I am bringing all my problems to his lap. I'm even moving closer, and he won't be able to get away from me, even if he wants to. I can't shake the feeling that I'm like a tornado, ripping up lives wherever I land. Jesus. I have to wonder how fucked up my kid is going to be with me as a parent. I didn't have the best examples myself. Last I heard, they were living in a religious commune and waiting daily for Armageddon. Hey, Knox says, and brushes his fingers over my cheek before tilting my chin up so I can meet his gaze. That's not the Lexi I know. What's wrong? You sure about that? Depressing, moody Lexi might be the true Lexi. Moody, maybe, but depressing, no. Even when you're at your darkest and finest, there's a hint of glee in those eyes. It's gone today. What's bothering you? He moves to the only chair in the house, a folding metal one, and sits down, then pats his knee. Want to come tell Daddy about it? I can't decide if that's creepy or a turn-on. Little of both? I can't help the smile that curves my mouth, despite my shitty mood. Hard to stay upset around him. You can't do daddy play very well, considering you're half-toddler yourself. 5 years younger, not 25, he says in that patient voice, and reaches for my hand, tugging me over to him. And if daddy play's not your thing, you can be my babysitter. Either way, come sit in my lap and tell me who or what's bothering you so I can beat it up. He's serious, too. The look on his face is deadly earnest. I rub his jaw, feeling the wiry bristles of his beard against my skin. You can't beat up the world. Watch me try. I shake my head. You can't beat up depression and anxiety. Trust me, I've tried. He wraps his arms around me and hugs me closer to him until I'm cuddled in his lap, my legs curled up and my entire body pressing up against him. I put my head on his shoulder and he strokes my hair. Quiet. God, this feels far too good. I shouldn't be so comfortable with someone so fast, but I can't help it. It's really going to break me when things go south this time. They always do. I bury my nose against his neck, my face hidden by his beard. He slides a hand up and down my back, not saying much. Eventually, he says, Is it the X? Do I need to rearrange his face? So violent, I murmur. Stop. You're turning me on. I don't like the way he treated you. I can feel him shrug. Makes me a little punchy. If you're going to punch out everyone in my past that treated me badly, you might want to brace yourself for the long haul, because that's going to be a lot of punching. I'm ready for it. So stubborn. It's like he's unwilling to admit I might be the problem. He's not willing to accept that my poor life choices might be the cause of my problems. That's really kind of sweet. It makes me ache inside with how good he is. I don't deserve his confidence in me. I'm just stressed. Knox rubs my back, and I hate how good it feels.
Why are you stressed, sweetheart?
Oh, a little thing like giving up on my business and moving somewhere that I'm basically depending on the goodness of friends, having no income, and being knocked up. Those little things are known to be stressors in a girl's life.
You hate the loss of control, he guesses. I don't blame you. So what are you going to do to fix it?
Strangely enough, just hearing him ask that makes me feel better. He's not offering to fix it for me. He's just wanting to listen while I vomit out my feelings. It's exactly what I needed to hear. Well, I can't fix being pregnant, but I can fix having no income and giving up on my business, I guess.
All right. How?
Another studio? Of course, the moment I say it, I grimace. Except that didn't work so well for me last time. I'm not a big people person, and the rent for a studio will just drain whatever income I make. I'd need an exceptional location to launch well, and exceptional locations aren't cheap.
You'd need an investor, he guesses. You want one?
Not sure I do, I admit. Because when things inevitably fail, I'm going to be on the hook to them and feel even more guilty. Let's not even discuss all the credit cards I have maxed out and lingering over my head from trying to keep my last studio afloat. I could apply to some local studios, I guess.
Would they hire you?
Depends on how perky I pretend to be.
Uh-oh.
Exactly. No one wants a dark yoga teacher who'd rather quote Lovecraft and Poe than Maharishi. His neck smells so good, and the skin underneath looks so tempting, I can't help but flick my tongue against him, tasting him. And they probably won't let me be cruel to them by making them do really hard poses. Knox chuckles.
Where's the fun in that?
Exactly. They'll stick me with all the newbies, and I'll be doing basic asanas all day long, instead of the really tricky things that make people hurt in all the right ways.
Maybe you need to do truth in advertising, he tells me,
his hand caressing my butt cheek.
Cruel yoga. You can have a business only for the truly masochistic.
I freeze. Oh my God. That's perfect. Cruel yoga, I whisper. God, I love it. I can even see the advertising now. Something dark with skulls. Ultra-challenging workout plans designed for the hardcore who need to push themselves and want that delicious, tormenting burn. Maybe not a studio then. Maybe one-on-one sessions. Or better yet, online classes, instruction videos. I clench my hands in his shirt because my brain's firing with a million different concepts on how I could go about it. Rock music instead of Enya. No beginner shit. Black clothing. I can still be my own boss. I can still do yoga the way I want to. I've been going about this all wrong. I've been trying to make myself fit the brand when I should have made the brand for me. It's perfect. I might have some ideas for cruel yoga, but I'd need some advisors on how to do websites and marketing. I'm not sure I have the money for that.
I might know an investor who's willing to take a chance on that sort of thing.
I rub my nose against his neck. You do, huh?
Yeah, an oil guy. Heard he's into bendy women.
I snort and then move up to nip at his ear. He's just horny and likes to be punished. Also true. He squeezes my flank.
I know you don't like to be dependent on me, though. We can write things up as a typical investment scenario, and you can set up guidelines for paying me back. If you're able to do that, I won't keep a share in things. It'll be all you.
And with that, he's taken care of all of my worries. It'll be more like a startup loan. I'm not crazy about the idea of borrowing from him, but I don't want to borrow from Natalie either, and I know a bank would laugh in my face. I'm kind of energized about the idea of cruel yoga, though. I can do local classes, too. If hot yoga's a thing, ultra-challenging yoga can be, too. And San Antonio's not so far away. Neither is Austin. Both of them would be bigger markets for the occasional class than Luca was. I can do an online video channel. With the right marketing, there's tons of possibility. I'm actually excited. I press a kiss to Knox's cheek and then nip his ear again, just because I can't help it. He smells good, and it's making me all turned on. How is everything so easy with you?
Because all I want is your happiness. All I want to do is take care of you.
His mouth quirks.
Gage says I'm going about you and me all wrong, by the way.
Oh,
What'd he say?
for a moment, I kind of want to punch Gage. I'm the only one that should have doubts about us, not Knox's flirty brother.
He says I'm not making you chase me enough. That I need to make you thirsty.
Well, that's where he's all wrong, I say, and lean in to lick Knox's earlobe again. I'm already thirsty. I love his delicious little groan, and he puts his arms around me and carries me to my bed, a mattress on the floor. Painting can wait.
Chapter 15. Knox. Having Lexi nearby is both amazing and torturous. Amazing because it means I get to see her pretty face on the regular, and she can sleep over at my trailer every weekend. Amazing because I get to spend as much time as possible with her between Price Brothers oil meetings and my own appointments. Torture because she still don't want to say anything about me and her to the rest of the family. I'm going along with it for now, but I ain't a fan. I don't see why we can't tell everyone we're together. Gage knows, of course, and Boone knows something's up. But Clay and Natalie have no clue. It sits weird with me considering that Lexi's living in Natalie's guest house, but she's very firm in that she wants to keep us and the baby a secret for now. I've gone along with it for now, but as weeks pass into a month, I start wondering when we're going to do the reveal. When she's showing and her baby belly is enormous? Or when the baby pops out? Or never? Starting to wonder if it's gonna be never. Other than the fact that us being together is a big secret, Lexi is amazing. I love her cleverness and her wicked sense of humor. I love that she's always making me think, and she's a fan of the unusual. She makes me have to work hard to impress her, and I love the challenge. Our dates are always out of the ordinary, and I go out of my way to keep her on her toes. Some girls like to go out to dinner or to the zoo. I took Lexi on a speed dating session, and we both pretended to be strangers with bizarre personas. I was the owner of an alpaca farm who had recently discovered cologne. Lexi pretended to be an ex-nun who had recently divorced Jesus and was looking for a new husband. Pretty sure we scared everyone there, especially when she reached over the table and started making out with me like our lives depended on it. That was pretty great. I think we made it to a nearby hotel before we tore each other's clothing off and fucked each other senseless. After that, it became a challenge to one-up myself. There was the picnic in front of the local prison. Even had a baker make her a cake with a file in it, just to hear my girl laugh. The time we went ice skating at the local mall and wore matching outfits just to make people stare. And there was the time we put a strap-on a statue at the local courthouse overnight and stayed until dawn waiting to see how long it'd take people to notice. Some of it's stupid, harmless prank shit. Some of it's stuff we do to each other. Like when I shaved my chest to see if she'd notice. She noticed. And she retaliated by shaving her pussy clean. Sexy as fuck. Mostly, we just love surprising the other. Nothing gets my Lexi hotter than a good surprise. Most of the time, our antics make Lexi laugh. But every so often, she gets all pensive. "Why are you putting so much work into romancing me?" she asks, and she seems genuinely puzzled. Like she doesn't understand why I'd put effort into being with her. It makes me want to knock the hell out of any guy she's ever had in her past for making her think that she's not worth every bit of attention I give her. That they've somehow convinced her that she's not worthy of love. But then I'm glad that they fucked up, because that means I get her. And I plan on keeping her. I'll tell her that, too, once she relaxes a little about us. She's still skittish, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. I tell myself that a lot of it's the baby, that she doesn't want to be a burden on me. So every time she asks that, I tell her, "Can I just like you for you?" But my answer doesn't satisfy her. It's like she's waiting for the other shoe to drop, for something to go wrong so she can point to it and say, "See, that's why we can't be happy." Almost feels like she's waiting for an excuse to ruin things before I can hurt her, which only makes me more determined to never do so. Of course, it's kinda hard to keep my promise to keep things low-key and casual when Natalie catches me and Lexi in bed the next day. Lexi plays it off casually to her friend, as if she's surprised that Natalie didn't know we were hooking up. She doesn't say anything about the baby to her friend, though, and that makes me uneasy. If anything, Lexi gives Nat the impression that we're fuck buddies and it's no big deal. I let it sit that day. I don't confront Lexi about it, but it eats at me slowly overnight, especially when I text Lexi and suggest she stay over at my place, and she tells me she's gonna go out to dinner with Natalie and chat. I don't mind that because I'm glad that she's got Natalie to support her like I have my brothers. But I ain't so keen on the smirk on Clay's face when he comes in for our weekly Price Brothers oil meeting. "Someone's been busy," he tells me as he sits down in the boardroom across from me. I just arch an eyebrow, though inside I'm dying to know what Natalie said to him. Does he know about the baby? Or does he think that we're just banging for shits and giggles? For some reason, that really bothers me. Ain't sure who I'm mad at either. Lexi for being secretive, or Clay because he's married to his girl and I'm not married to mine. His baby ain't gonna be a bastard. Just the thought makes me grit my teeth. I think of all the times I was called that as a kid. How many times I swore I'd never let that happen to any kid of mine. And here I am, repeating history. Maybe I should press Lexi harder. Let her know how important it is to me that our baby has married parents. She's stubborn, but she's also reasonable. I need to make her realize how much this means to me. How much she means to me. Because I can tell myself it's just about the baby all day long, but I know in my heart it's about Lexi too. I need to know how she feels about me. I need to know that she wants me as much as I crave her. It's hard to push her when I know how much she fears it, though. But maybe I ain't pushing hard enough.
"No answer?"
Clay asks, still joking around.
"Ain't much like you."
What do you want me to say? Yeah, I'm with Lexi. Yeah, She's pregnant with my baby.
She don't strike you as weird?
Clay asks. No more than someone waiting 7 years for her high school sweetheart to roll around again, I say flatly, taking a direct stab at him and Natalie. That hits the mark. He scowls at me, all brotherly playfulness gone. I feel like a dick, but talking about Lexi right now is hitting below the belt. He needs to back off. Clay means well. I don't think he has a cruel bone in his body. But I'm a little touchy about this right now. I keep thinking of my baby. Our baby. If he's ever going to wonder, like I did, if his parents didn't love him enough to get married. Hits me right in the gut.
I'm gonna ignore your shitty attitude,
Clay says, flipping open the folder in front of him.
And just pass along what Natalie told me to say. If you hurt her friend, she'll castrate you.
I kinda have to smile at that. Soft, fluffy Natalie couldn't harm a flea. I'll keep that in mind. A moment later, Boone enters the room with a coffee in one hand and paperwork in the other. A couple of suits, the lawyers and financial guys, are close behind him, ready to update us on the inner workings of Price Brothers Oil. It's the shit I don't care too much about, but it's important. To my surprise, Gage comes in last, dressed in one of his nicest suits, and with his hair neatly groomed, his eyes clear. He doesn't look like the drunken mess he's been for the last month, and I'm wondering what happened to pull his head out of his ass. Whatever it was, I'm thankful for it. Gage sits down next to me and plops his folder in front of him on the conference table. It's thick with paperwork, which I also find interesting, and it pulls me out of my gloomy thoughts. He leans over to talk to someone else, and I slide his folder over to me, switching mine with his. All right. If everyone's here, let's begin, Boone says, and takes a sip of his coffee. We'll start with all prices this week. One of the suits begins to speak, and I fully admit I tune out. It's been hard to care since Seth died, and I know Gage has struggled too. It's hard to look over at his empty seat at the meeting table and realize it'll never be filled again. Makes it hard to give a shit about fluctuating oil prices or how many barrels we pumped this week compared to last week. I flip open Gage's folder and page through the documents, curious what he's up to. First time he's shown any initiative since Seth died. I read on. Gage apparently has investment ideas for a taco delivery service, much like pizza delivery. I admit, it ain't a bad idea. A hand thumps down on the paperwork before I can read much more.
Nice try,
Gage tells me, and I grin over at him. That was faster than normal. He's on the ball today. What's with the turnabout? I ask him. You're showering and everything. He just grins at me, and looks so much more like his old self that it feels like this tense knot in my gut I didn't know was there unraveled.
Had a long talk with someone that convinced me I had my head in my ass.
Must have been a very wise person, considering I've been telling you that for forever and you ain't listened.
Very wise,
he agrees, flipping through his pages.
And pretty.
Ah, ain't it always about a girl? If you two are done jawing, I'd like to get back to business, Boone says, and Clay smirks at us. I was just asking Gage about his new lady friend, I say smoothly.
He should be asking you about yours,
Clay retorts, and then all hell breaks loose with the four of us. Between the shouting and the paper wad tossing, business is completely derailed. Some of the suits look terrified, especially when I put Gage in a headlock. Me? I'm kinda happy. This is the first time the Price brothers have had a knockdown, drag-out brawl over stupid shit in months. It's almost like we're getting back to normal. The meeting isn't a particularly productive one, and other than teasing my brothers, I don't have much to share. I'm too preoccupied with Lexi, and all of my creative efforts have been focused on wooing her. Gage is watching me curiously as we leave, though, and when I head out into the parking lot, he grabs me by the arm and pulls me aside.
"What's eating you?"
He asks. Funny. I could have asked you the same for the last few weeks, I deflect, but I know what was eating at him. He was depressed over Seth's death. I ain't a fan of the fact that I'm suddenly the fucked up one.
"I know you, Knox. You may think I don't pay attention to what you do, but I do. I notice when you're off your game, and you're definitely off it right now."
That's so. I reach over and pick at a piece of imaginary lint on his fancy suit. He's the only one of us that dresses the part. His beard groomed and hair meticulously styled. His clothes designer. Today, I'm wearing my favorite trucker cap, work boots, jeans, and a t-shirt. Just like I do every day. It doesn't scream billionaire, but I've never wanted to call attention to that.
"She making you miserable, ain't she? Darth Yoga."
I'm irritated he'd dare to ask me that. More advice from you? You'll forgive me if I ain't all that interested. It ain't that Lexi isn't thirsty for me. The heat between us seems to be never-ending. It's that she doesn't want to share her life with me.
"Not advice,"
Gage says slowly.
"Well, actually, I guess it is some advice. Like I said, I know you. You're better at watching people and seeing how they react than taking the initiative yourself. You're not good at sharing, and that's what chicks like. They want a guy that tells them exactly how they feel so they can figure out where they stand. You hide too much of yourself. Won't kill you to open up to her is all I'm saying."
I narrow my eyes at Gage. Last time you told me to make her thirsty. Now you're telling me to pour my heart out. Which is it? He laughs and shakes his head at me.
"Time for making her thirsty has done come and gone already, brother. You two are practically living together. Don't think I don't see her sneaking out of your trailer and how often your car's gone at night. That's fine. I'm just saying that you need to change tactics. You've got her. Now, if you want to keep her, you need to share a bit about yourself. I know that's hard for you, but it's gonna be what you need to do."
I scowl. He doesn't know shit about me and Lexi. But he does know a lot about how to get women to crawl after him without a bit of effort on his part. Lexi knows how I feel about her, though. I've made it obvious I'm there for her whenever she needs me, haven't I? But then I think about all the things I haven't said to her. I haven't told her I love her. I haven't told her that she's been mine since the moment I laid eyes on her. Gage is right. I am holding back, because Lexi has been throwing all kinds of hints that she's not a fan of commitment. She won't know how I feel unless I tell her, though. I grunt acknowledgement of his words. She might hate me spewing feelings at her. She's not a normal girl.
"Normal is definitely not a word I'd use to describe her,"
Gage admits with a grin, and then slaps my shoulder.
"But I ain't never met a girl that didn't like knowing how things stood. Might as well tell her all the stuff that's eating at your gut so she can decide what she wants. Put all your cards out on the table instead of hiding them up your sleeve like you always do."
I'll think about it.
"You think hard on it, and then you tell her how crazy she makes you."
He grins and rubs a hand down his beard, then straightens his tie.
Now, if you don't mind, I've got a woman to woo myself.
Tell Lexi how crazy she makes me. Show her just how much she drives me wild. Yeah, I can do that. Instead of heading back to my place after the meeting, I head over to Lexi's guest house. I pull up and head to the door. Through the windows, I can hear the low, warbly, twangy music she uses for her yoga sessions. She might be filming another test episode for her app and online channel that she wants to launch. Lexi's been excited about her online business and working non-stop, trying to perfect routines and dialogue, website content, and a number of other things that could help her make her business competitive from the start. I know she's busy, but I don't want to wait until tonight to see her. I need her now. I keep thinking about what Gage said. You've got her. Now, if you want to keep her, you need to share a bit about yourself. I can do that, even if the thought makes me feel naked. Maybe Gage is right. Maybe I'm not as good at sharing as I think I am. Maybe I'm all clammed up and haven't let Lexi know what I think about the situation. I asked her to marry me, but maybe it ain't the same in her eyes as telling her I love her. Whatever it is, she's gonna know today how I feel. I'm gonna hold nothing back. I knock on the door, but there's no answer. Her music winds through the air, and I knock again, then test the doorknob. It's unlocked. I let myself in, and the moment I do, I can hear the shower running. Perfect. I kick off my boots and toss them aside in the living room, passing by her computer, which is busy compressing a video. I strip off my shirt before I enter the bathroom and push the door wide open. She's there in the shower, her lithe body under the spray, her hands in her wet hair. The sight of her makes me hungry to touch her, because she's got the greatest ass I've ever seen. Tight and rounded and perfect above strong thighs and long, elegant legs. God damn! I groan at the sight of her pretty ass. She turns around and jumps, a scream erupting from her throat. Lexi plasters her back against the tile, her eyes wide, and it takes her a moment to realize it's me. "Oh God, Knox! You scared the shit out of me!" Her hand goes to her chest, and she sucks in a deep breath. I scared her more than I realized. I'm surprised. Who did you think it was gonna be? I wasn't expecting anyone. That's the point. She sticks her tongue out at me and then turns back to the water. Now that you've scared 10 years off my life, can you let me finish my shower? Oh, I'll let her finish all right. I strip off my pants, kick them aside, and then do the same with my underwear. Once I'm fully naked, I push the glass door of the shower aside and move in behind her. Lexi's skin is warm and wet, and she glances over her shoulder at me as she soaps up one arm. You want me to move away from the spray? Nope. I put my hands on her waist and pull her in closer, letting my now achingly hard cock brush against her backside. I press my mouth to her neck, kissing her slick skin. She smells like flowers and soap, and she shifts against me as I hold her, ticklish. Love touching her. Love the way her body fits against mine. I think about what Gage said, how I need to vomit my feelings at her, but I can't bring myself to do it. Not quite yet. Gonna make her thirsty, just like Gage suggested. Been thinking about this body all day long, I murmur, sliding a hand to her front. Her pussy's still shaved and bare from her surprise the other day, and I slide my fingers against her folds, seeking out her warmth. It's been far too long since I touched you. What, like 2 hours? Her laugh is breathless and ends on a gasp as I brush my fingers over her clit. She whimpers and places her palms against the tile, bracing herself even as she spreads her thighs wider and pushes her ass out, inviting my touch. Fuck yeah, that's pretty. I love how eager she is for my hands, how quick she is to get aroused. She tells me that some of it is the pregnancy making her needy, but I don't care. I love that she's as addicted as I am. You gonna push that ass out a little further so I can taste your pussy? Her little moan tells me how much my words excite her, and she does just what I ask, thrusting her hips out and leaning forward until she's practically bent over in the shower, her cunt open and glistening, wet and ready for my mouth. Perfect. I get down on my knees and grip her hips, pushing them apart just a bit more before I descend upon that sweet flesh, burying my mouth against her folds. I'm ravenous for her. Lexi cries out, and I can feel her body tense as my tongue thrusts against the heat of her core. She's already slick with need, and I push my tongue into her heat, fucking her with it like I want to fuck her with my cock. She tastes so good, and with her body like this, I can feel everything she does, every ripple of her muscle. I devour her, lapping at her cunt and thrusting with my tongue before teasing away again. I taste her everywhere, use my tongue in every way possible, until she's rocking back against my mouth and crying out, needing more. I don't want her to come just yet, though. As much as I love wringing a hard orgasm from her, today I want her wild and clawing up my back, as desperate to come as I can make her. When she comes, I want us to come together. So I take her to the brink, and then I pull away just before she goes over the edge. Her snarl of response is as pleasing as her sighs are. "Get back down there, Knox. I'm so close." "I'll give you your orgasm when I'm good and ready to give it to you," I tell her, and give her spread pussy a light slap. Not hard, just enough to let her know that I'm in control. She makes a choked sound as I get back to my feet and pull her against me, claiming her mouth again. Her arms go around my neck and she presses her body up against me, her hips rolling against mine. Her leg curves around my calf and she clings to me, our mouths locked together. "Please," she whispers. Love it when she begs me, her voice all soft. There's a heated look in her eyes, and her mouth clings to mine with needy abandon. I skim a hand down her front, cupping one of her breasts, which have grown larger in the last month. "Please what, sweetheart? Please play with these?" Lexi whimpers, her eyes closing as I tease her nipples. I know her breasts are extremely sensitive, so I'm careful not to toy with them too much. I watch her for signals, and when she starts to arch against my hand, I move it away, sliding back between her thighs to play with her clit once more. Her hands move over me frantically, as if she's dying to caress me like I'm doing to her, but keeps getting distracted. That's all right, because half of my pleasure is just watching her go wild in my arms. She's panting as I touch her, and when I put my mouth to her neck and suck, her nails dig into my shoulders. "God, Knox, please. I need you inside me. Fill me up, baby." "Oh, I plan on it." "Give me your leg, sweetheart." Her eyes gleam as I press her back against the tiles. The water from the shower's pouring over my back, but I ignore it, far more interested in the woman in front of me than in getting clean. She lifts one leg with an elegant motion and hooks it over my arm. "You gonna stretch me hard, babe?" "Fuck yeah," I growl. It's one of my favorite things. Lexi's flexible as hell and supple thanks to yoga, And once I found out how far she can lift her legs up, I've been fascinated with pushing her body to the limits. One of my favorite poses is to put her leg on my shoulder. It lets me push into her deep, and she loves it because it opens her wide for my cock. I slowly ease her leg up, inch by inch, watching her reaction. She presses back against the tile, bracing herself as I skim her foot up my arm and then rest it on my shoulder. She's like a ballet dancer when it comes to this, her leg a smooth line, and I skim my hand down her skin. How's that, sweetheart?
It'd be better if you were inside me,
she tells me, lifting her chin up in silent demand.
Or are you going to just tease me all night, Knox Price?
I love it when she says my name like I'm some naughty schoolboy. Makes me all hot and bothered. I've got her stretched wide now, though, and she's mine to do with as I like. With her foot on my shoulder, I slide my hand between us and graze a finger up and down her slick folds. What's wrong with teasing you? Lexi moans and her nails dig into my skin again.
Makes me want you too much.
No such thing. But I'm aching to be inside her, so I shift my weight and move forward, pressing the head of my cock to the entrance of her cunt. I push in, just a little, just enough to breach her, and then cup her jaw in my hand. Say that you're mine, Lexi, I demand. I want to own all of her, not just her body. I want her to say it as I thrust into her and claim her hard.
You're mine, Lexi,
she parrots, and then makes a sound of protest when I pull back.
No, baby, wait. Come back.
Tell me you want me, I murmur, stroking my thumb over her jaw. It's agony not to thrust into her and claim her as roughly as I want to, but I need to hear her say the words.
I'm yours,
Lexi tells me in a trembling voice.
All yours.
Tell me you want my cock deep inside you. She moans.
Oh, God, do I want that?
Tell me you belong to me, Lexi, and I'll give it to you, as hard and fast as you want it. Her moan turns into a whimper and she clings to me, her heel digging into my shoulder.
Oh, please, Knox.
Tell me, I demand, and lean in and claim her mouth. It presses her leg between us, presses my cock against the folds of her pussy, and I can hear the little sound of need she makes as I tongue her lips and then release her again. Tell me, I breathe against her mouth.
I'm yours,
Lexi tells me again.
All yours. I want you. I want everything.
I sink into her in one hard thrust that makes her utter a low cry, her words dying in her throat. Her eyes close and she tilts her head back, lost in the sensation of my cock deep inside her. I don't want for her to relax, but build a punishing rhythm right away, pounding into her against the tiles. I'm claiming her with everything I am, and she loves it, her cries of delight ringing in my ears. Our bodies slam together as I pump into her. Say it again, I snarl between thrusts. Say that you're mine, Lexi.
I belong to you,
she cries out. Then,
oh, God, just don't stop.
Her words make my body tighten with the need to release, but I won't stop fucking her until she comes first. With every thrust, I spear her hard, pushing deep into her body. Her cries are full of tension, and as I speed up, I can feel her clenching around me. When her pussy begins to ripple with the onset of her orgasm, I let my own release explode out of me, and we come together, her cunt gripping me like a vice as I fill her with my seed. My Lexi. We're both silent, panting, as we come down from the orgasm. I tangle my hand in her wet hair and hold her tight, letting her leg down from my shoulder as our bodies slide apart. She wobbles a little, her knees weak, and I keep an arm around her waist until I'm sure she's got her footing. She leans against me, breathless, and nestles against my chest. Wow! What's gotten into you? Her voice is pleased but curious. I mean, not that I minded, but that was intense. I press a kiss to the top of her head. Now's when I should tell her how I feel. Tell her that I love her and want us to get married because I don't want the baby to be saddled with the same stigma I had as a child. That I want her to be mine forever. She just said she was mine, after all. But I can't force the words out of my throat. Instead, I keep thinking about how she wouldn't say it on her own, only until I teased it out of her. Did she only say she was mine because she wanted my cock? I can't be sure, and if I ask her now, she'll get all skittish. It's nothing, is all I tell her. Just missed you. She chuckles and then squirms out of my grip. Well, you're going to make me late for my doctor's appointment. Doctor's appointment? I ask, stepping back in the shower so she can take the spray. Lexi nods. Yeah, I should be able to hear the baby's heartbeat today. Want to come? We get to hear that today? My throat grows tight. More than anything. All right, then. It's a date. She winks at me and pumps a handful of body wash into her hand and begins to scrub her limbs. I can't help but wonder if she was going to invite me to the appointment if I hadn't dropped by. Or am I already being edged out of her life? Maybe she doesn't want me around after all. Maybe she would be just fine without me. Maybe I'm the one that can't live without her, and it doesn't go both ways after all.
Chapter 16. Lexi. Knox has been awfully quiet this afternoon. I glance over at him as we come out of the doctor's office. He was as thrilled to hear the heartbeat of the baby as I was, so I don't think that was it. There's something off about his mood that I can't quite put my finger on. Did I say something when we were in the shower that made him this quiet and pensive? I try to think back, but all I can picture is how forcefully he claimed me. And damn, it was good. I shiver just thinking about it. Cold? Knox asks, moving to my side of the truck to open my door for me. You need a jacket? No, I'm good. I should stop being a chicken and ask him what's crawled up his ass. But what if I'm imagining things? He hasn't been short with me, or rude. He's just been quiet. Thoughtful. When is Knox not thoughtful, though? He's always been more watchful than the next guy. Maybe I'm reading him wrong. Maybe I'm looking for something to go haywire so I can bail out. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It feels shitty. My stomach growls, and I glance over at the pharmacy across the street. Do you think they have sour gummy bears? He looks over and shrugs. They might. Want to go do a snack run? Do I ever? I'm thinking about Funyuns with chocolate sauce and all the sour candy I can find. My baby's a junk food lover because I can't get enough of processed garbage ever since I found out I was pregnant. I think this is definitely your kid, I tell him as he shuts the door to the truck and offers me his hand. Because the thought of celery fills my gut with horror, but pork rinds make me gleeful. A hint of a smile crosses his face. Pork rinds are good stuff. Don't hate on those. I never liked them before, I tell him as I slip my hand into his. I watch his face closely, but the smile doesn't remain, and weirdly enough, I feel like crying. Something's wrong between us, and I'm not sure what it is. It might be nothing but hormones, but I can't shake the feeling of dread. It follows me as we head into the pharmacy and hit up the snack aisle. I load up a handbasket with a little of everything. There's a freezer nearby, and my mouth waters at the thought of a frozen Snickers bar. Can you check if they have candy in the fridge? Knox nods and moves to the freezer, and I turn toward the hard candy. As I do, I can see several aisles over, and I catch sight of a familiar dark head that ducks down. My body goes cold. That looked like Keith. It can't be, though. He's not here in San Antonio. He doesn't know I moved here. He should be in Lucca. I didn't leave a forwarding address. I must be imagining things. Fighting back the fear I feel, I move forward, clutching my basket to my arm. I'm not hungry anymore. I'm terrified. It's been a good month without Keith Lawrence in my life, and I thought I wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. I thought I could move ahead. I thought I was free. I glance over at Knox, but he's eyeing the freezer shelves, looking for the treats I requested. His back is to me. If Keith is here, what's he going to do when he sees I'm with someone else? For a moment, I'm sick with fear. Not for myself, but for Knox. Keith is crazy, and you can't reason with crazy. I don't want him to hurt those I love. It takes me a moment to realize I've admitted to myself that I'm in love with Knox. Of course I am. He's so easy to love. Smart, charming, clever, handsome, protective. Uh-oh. I can't let him confront Keith if it is him. I brace myself and head to the far end of the store, where I saw the too familiar dark head. When I get to the aisle, though, there's no one there. I go down the next, just in case, but I still see no one. Nothing. The doors of the store open, and I turn that way just in time to see a broad-shouldered man leaving the store. Goosebumps cover my skin. I don't know if it was Keith. I don't know that it wasn't, though. "You want Snickers or Mars bars?" Knox says behind me. "I got you both, just in case." He frowns as I turn back to him and takes the basket from me. "You feeling okay, sweetheart? You're pale." "I'm always pale," I say, trying to deflect. "And I'm fine." It wasn't Keith. I tell myself that over and over. It had to be a figment of my imagination. Had to be. "Let's just go. I'm not hungry anymore." He frowns at me, his arm going to my waist. "Lexi." "I'm fine," I tell him with a faint smile. "Why don't you give me the keys, and I'll go wait in the truck. It'll allow me to check if Keith is out there, and confront him if he is." It's clear Knox doesn't like my idea, but I give him a quick kiss on the mouth and snatch the keys from his hand without waiting for an argument. I hand him my basket and trot out to the parking lot as if there's nothing wrong. All the while, I feel a bit like I'm going to pass out. I'm clammy with fear, my heart pounding out of control. I make it out of the pharmacy and scan the parking lot, waiting to see that notable orange truck. Then I'll know for sure Keith's back to his old stalking ways, that he's somehow found out where I live, and he's coming after me again. But there's nothing. The parking lot is empty of everything but Knox's pickup and one of those tiny smart cars. Maybe I'm the one that's going crazy. I get into Knox's truck, still on edge and wary. I turn the truck on, but keep the radio off, because I want to hear if someone is coming up on us. I keep my gaze glued to the rearview mirror, but I don't see anyone. Maybe this is all in my imagination, but I could have sworn it was Keith. I lock the doors and sit nervously, waiting for Knox to return. He finally arrives with my bags of snacks, and I unlock the doors to let him in.
What is it?
Knox asks again. I shake my head. It's nothing. Just overreacting.
To what?
Let's just go, I say impulsively. Let's go to your place and pig out on snacks and cuddle all night. I don't want Keith following me back to the guest house. If it is Keith, of course. I'm still not entirely sure of what I saw. Knox reaches over and touches my hand, rubbing his thumb over my skin.
You can tell me what's going on, Lexi. You can trust me.
I know. I'm just not sure I trust myself as to what I saw. My answer doesn't satisfy him.
Then tell me what's bothering you. Trust me to help you.
I'm trusting you as much as I can, I protest, though I know it's a weak excuse, even to me. I just need time.
You're not trusting me, he reiterates. Not like you should. When are you going to let me into your life fully?
I'm trying.
Are you? I didn't know about your checkup until today. Just wondering what else I'm going to be surprised with.
I have no answer for that, because I didn't include him. He's right. It wasn't that I didn't want him to go. I just didn't think about inviting him. I'm used to it being me and only me. Sorry. I'll do better. He grunts and then looks over at me.
Maybe we should get married. Get you on my insurance. Make sure you and the baby are taken care of.
Maybe, I agree, but I don't sound convincing, even to my own ears. Knox is silent for the rest of the drive. We turn down the gravel road to his trailer, tucked away in the trees by the trailers that belong to his brothers. I have no idea why a billionaire wants to live in a double wide, but that's part of Knox's charm. He's impossible to pin down as normal. Oddly enough, I kind of like his place. It's nice and remote and quiet, and even if it's a mini trailer park, they keep it clean. I've seen deer wandering through, and Knox started buying deer corn and setting up a feeder because he knows I like to watch them. Sometimes we sit on his front step and just watch the deer as they peek out of the trees. It's quiet and peaceful. Today, though, I don't want to sit outside. I want to go indoors and hide. I grab the bag of snacks and practically rush into the trailer, and when Knox comes in behind me, I snap the door shut and throw the lock, something he never does.
Lexi?
Just being weird, I say brightly. You know me.
I do, and that's why this is throwing me off.
I set the food on the counter and shake my head. I'm just being jittery. I think it's the baby stuff. It's finally getting to me and frying my nerves. I mean, I don't even have a legit job right now. I'm trying to launch the cruel yoga stuff, but there's so much to get done before I start showing, and...
Hey,
he murmurs, moving to my side. He pulls a box of Pop-Tarts out of my hand that I didn't realize I was clutching, and then takes me into his arms.
Whatever you need, I'm right here for you.
His hand strokes over my head, down my hair.
I ain't going anywhere.
My stomach just feels like one big knot. He says he's not going anywhere. But what if Keith starts making things hell? What if I become too demanding and Knox gets tired of me? What if 24's far too young to start a family, and he gets sick of the concept after a few months? I can't depend on him. I haven't been able to depend on anyone ever. It's always just been me, looking out for me. Strangely enough, instead of bolstering my strength, I just feel sad and lonely. I rest my head against Knox's chest and feel like crying. Of course, if I cry, that's going to freak him out even more. I slide my hand under his shirt, just wanting to touch the warm firmness of his muscles to ground myself. He strokes a hand down my back and caresses my butt, and just that small touch makes me hungry for him. I need to forget. I want to forget everything but Knox. So I lift my head in an invitation to kiss, and when his mouth claims mine, I show him just how needy I am. I press up against him and lift one leg up to his hips. He grips it, and then, when I lift the other, he raises me into the air, holding me against the cradle of his hips, my pussy rubbing against his cock. Without a word, he takes me into the bedroom and lays me down on his bed. Since we've been seeing each other, he's taken pains to keep his trailer neater, and the bed is made with fresh blankets and newly fluffed pillows. I don't care about any of that. I just want him to touch me, to make me forget for a while. We kiss as he idly undresses me, his hands skimming along my body and caressing every inch of me. This isn't going to be a speedy fuck, but a more tender loving, and it makes me want to cry with how wonderful he is, even as it makes me unbearably aroused. When he's done undressing me, he takes his clothes off, and then his body's over mine, skin to skin. He touches me everywhere, breasts, arms, neck, stomach, and then kisses me in all those parts as well until I'm writhing under him, begging for him to take me. When he does, it's with the same thoughtful intensity that he does everything, and he waits for me to come before he takes his own pleasure. And for a little while, I'm able to forget about my worries and just enjoy being his.
Chapter 17. Knox. I watch Lexi sleep in my arms, her head pressed to my chest. We've spent most of the afternoon in bed, watching TV, picking out on snacks, and then making love over and over again. It's late and she's exhausted, her mouth parted in slumber. Me? I can't sleep. I keep thinking about today. Something about it feels off. There's too many things going on that I can't put my finger on that bug me. It's not just the fact that she forgot to invite me to the checkup with the doctor. It's not that she casually shrugged off my haphazard suggestion of marriage. I kind of expected those sorts of things from Lexi. She only lets you as close as she's comfortable with. It's frustrating, but not unexpected. But the real terror she showed in the pharmacy threw me off. I don't know what caused her to panic like that, but I nearly aged 10 years when I turned to her and she was all white-faced, practically shaking as she held the basket to her chest. I don't buy that she was distracted and that it was nothing. It was something. I just don't know what. The baby, maybe? But if she was worried about something, we were still across the street from the doctor's office. It would have been a simple thing to return and ask him to check up on something again. This is something else. Something she saw or heard. I rack my brain, trying to think of what, and then reach over and grab my phone from the bedside. Lexi sleeps on, drooling on my chest. I don't even mind that. It's cute. I touch her hair and make sure she's covered in blankets, and then decide to text Clay. For once, I'm glad I can text, because it'll allow me to chat with him without waking Lexi up. Knox. Hey, are you busy? Clay. What's up? Knox. Can you ask Natalie something for me? About Lexi? Clay. She says go ahead and ask. Clay. I hope it's important for this time of night. I'm just saying. Knox. It's important. Knox. Is there something going on with Lexi that would make her scared? Knox. We were shopping earlier and she panicked and went and hid in the car. Knox. It wasn't her being funny either. She was genuinely worried. Kept looking around like she was being watched. Clay. Let me ask. I stare impatiently at the phone as 3 dots show up in the corner, indicating there's an incoming text. This seems to go on for an eternity, and I remember why I hate text messages so much. Finally, when I'm about to throw my phone across the room in frustration, the text message shows up. Clay. So, she says that Lexi isn't afraid of anything she knows of, but she said she did have a problem with a guy a while back that wouldn't leave her alone. Nat says Lexi doesn't like to talk about it, but she dated him once and then he kept bothering her. She moved apartments to get away from him. Nat says she hasn't heard anything about it in a while. Clay. Says he was a fireman or a policeman or something. Clay. She says it's old news, though, and he wouldn't be in San Antonio, so that can't be it. Clay. She'll think some more on it and let you know. Knox. Thank you. I toss my phone aside, bothered. A stalker? Lexi? Is that why she was so quick to move to Natalie's guest house? I think back to some of our conversations. How I kept thinking she was married because she insisted on me not coming round without warning her. Then I think of the hole in her wall. It was just about the size of a fist. I think about how pale she was that day, and how she was wearing a dark t-shirt and sweatpants instead of her usual sleek workout clothes. Did some bastard say something to her? I'm filled with so much rage my entire body tenses. Has she felt unsafe? Has someone threatened my woman? My Lexi? The mother of my child? My head feels as if it's about to explode. Lexi murmurs and stirs against me, and I realize my entire body is clenched up tight, my hands in fists as if I'm about to punch something. I force myself to relax, to calm the fuck down. I stroke her hair and press a kiss to her head. Go back to sleep. She does, her fingers curling against my skin. I'm filled with an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. Lexi is mine. I'll do anything to protect her. If she doesn't feel safe, then it's my job to make sure she does. I think for a moment and then pick up my phone again. With one hand on her back, I text with my other, typing to Boone. Knox. Hey, give me the number for the private investigator you used. Boone. It's midnight. This important? Knox. Yes. Boone. Fair enough. Boone. I just emailed you his contact info. Let me know if you need me to get involved. Knox. Got it handled. Knox. Thanks, bro. If Lexi doesn't want to tell me what's going on, I'm just going to have to find out on my own. Chapter 18. Knox. 2 days pass while I'm waiting to hear details from the private investigator. I need to know if that fucker is connected to my woman, and I need to know everything about him if he is so I can destroy him. In that time, Lexi's been content to stay at my trailer with me. I haven't let on that I'm worried about her, just made sure she knew I wanted her at my side at all times. She hasn't put up a fuss either. She's slept in my bed, let me cook breakfast for her, and basically worked remotely using my laptop to talk videos with her PR team. I keep waiting for her to protest that she needs some time alone, that we're in each other's space too much. But Lexi seems happy. And that just makes me even more suspicious that something's up. There's something she ain't telling me. Then I finally get the email that tells me everything I need to know. The pile of shit's name is Keith Lawrence. He's a firefighter down in Luca. Lived in the same building Lexi did. Twice. Seems he moved to the same building she was in about a week after she moved in, which pisses me off. I think about what Nat said about her moving to get away from him, and to think that he followed her makes me furious. I keep reading the private investigator's reports. Seemed that people around town thought he was Lexi's boyfriend and she was mean to him. Crying wolf and all that. There were hints that she tried to file police reports against him, but the locals thought she was just being difficult. Makes me want to put a torch to that entire fucking town. I can't, though. But I do have enough ammunition to stop Keith Lawrence the cocksucker in his tracks. It seems that Keith has a prior record of stalking in a different city.
You sure I can't come with you?
Lexi asks me again, frowning. She's curled up on my sofa with her feet tucked under her, wearing nothing but one of my shirts. Damn, she looks pretty. And it's tempting to say fuck it to my plans and just keep her company all day. But I've got important shit that needs taken care of. It's just business, sweetheart. I'm gonna chat with investors and show them around the rig sites.
I can go do that with you. I'm great with people.
When I meet her gaze, we both start to laugh.
Okay, I might scare them off,
she admits.
But I promise to be on my best behavior. I won't even try to creep them out. I'll wear something in neutrals instead of all black. Whatever you want.
Tempting, but no. It ain't you, Lexi. It's that I don't like taking my pregnant girlfriend to a work site. They can be dangerous. After a moment, she nods and picks up one of my couch cushions, hugging it to her chest.
Okay if I stay here, then? I'll hang out in your bed and collect your stray hairs to make a voodoo doll.
Give it my winning smile, I tell her, pretending to stroke my beard. And, sweetheart, you know you can stay here for as long as you like. I'd be perfectly happy if Lexi never went home, but I don't say that. I don't want her feeling trapped.
I think I can do that,
she tells me playfully, and tilts her face up for a kiss. I lean over the sofa and give her one, wishing I didn't have to go. But I ain't putting off taking care of my woman. I leave, and immediately head over to the arranged meeting site with my men. I've got 2 bodyguards with me, big muscular brutes that look intimidating. I've got my private investigator, and I've got my lawyer. You have the paperwork? I ask him, and he nods and hands me a folder. Good. My jacket? He pulls out a freshly cleaned fancy suit jacket, and I shrug it on. Let's get us out to Luca, then. When we stroll into the firehouse of the tiny town, everyone turns to see us. That's no surprise, considering that I want to be seen. I want everyone here to be talking about this for days. All heads are turned in our direction as me and my posse of suits enter the firehouse, and someone immediately comes out to greet us. Can I help you, sir? It's an older man with glasses, dressed in a gray t-shirt and suspended jeans. I shake his hand. I'm looking for a man named Keith Lawrence. I'm told that he's a firefighter in this town. Is that correct? He nods and turns his head, calling out, Keith! Got company? Keith must have been nearby, because he immediately appears, a sweat towel around his neck and the collar of his shirt wet with perspiration. He's a big guy, about the same height as me and probably about 10 years older than I am. Got beady blue eyes, too, and a smarmy smile. I don't like his face. That's all right, though, because he's about to hate mine. I'm Keith, he says, strolling forward, a confident look on his face, shoulders back. He slaps his car keys down on the counter and then gets right in my face. Who are you? I think he knows exactly who I am. I smile, doing my best to be charming. I'm Lex's boyfriend, and I'm here to tell you to leave her alone. I know you've been stalking her in the past, and I'm going to tell you right now that it stops today. This instant. She doesn't exist to you anymore. He stares at me with narrowed eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you do. I give him a smug look. You see, I got a lot of money. And I'm perfectly willing to spend all of it if that's what it takes to keep Lexi safe from you. So I thought I'd buy myself an apartment building. Yours, in fact. I hold a hand out, and my lawyer slaps a folder into it, just like we talked about. Which means I have all the surveillance footage of you going in and out of her apartment without her knowledge. We could talk about that if you like. He scowls. I was just helping out with maintenance. That isn't a crime. It is if Lexi presses charges. I know your buddies at the police station have continued to talk her out of filing against you because everyone in this town thinks they know you. They think you're a good man. Ex-military, hometown boy, just one of the guys. But she lives in San Antonio now, and the police force there don't know you. I'd hate to have to get them involved. Lexi will win any case she brings against you, because I'm going to throw so many damned lawyers at it that you won't stand a chance. We can keep you in discovery and in preliminary investigations for so long that you'll go broke just trying to keep up with everything we throw your way. My pockets are endless, friend. I give him a cold smile and lean up against the counter, near his keys. I ain't leaving here without them. He crosses his arms over his chest. You ain't got shit. I got footage from the security tapes back at your apartment complex, I tell him. I got Lexi's word that you've been harassing her for a long damn time and a fleet of character witnesses that can attest to that. Might be a bit of a stretch there, but what he doesn't know won't hurt him. You need to stay far away from Lexi and San Antonio in general. I haven't been there. I don't know what you're talking about. His expression is as calm as he can make it, but he's twitchy. He's lying. I nod slowly and hold my hand out, and my lawyer drops another file of paperwork into my hand. Most of this is for show, though we do have some footage that could be of him. I'm more than willing to doctor shit to scare the piss out of him if that's what it takes. You've got a tracker man on your truck, right? Big, expensive truck? You'd need a tracking device to ensure that it don't get stolen. I smile blandly at him. Seems I just bought myself a company called Tracker Man, and I can pull all the records of where your vehicle's been for the last while. You still willing to say you weren't in San Antonio? Keith is silent. Yeah, that's what I thought. I lean in closer. You can't play this game with me, friend. I'm gonna win every fucking time. You ain't got shit again, he says in a low voice, trying to be menacing in front of his buddies. I got plenty, I tell him louder. I'd hate to have to point out that when you went away for 2 years, you weren't serving in the army like you told everyone you were. Do you think they know that you never served? That you were, in fact, in prison in Huntsville for 2 years for stalking a girl a couple towns over? Keith's jaw clenches, the flesh around his mouth going white. Damn, this is fun. He says nothing, but I didn't think he would anyhow. But I'm sure you told everyone about that, I drawl, noticing that we've got quite an audience here in the firehouse. I think everyone's turned out, and I suspect Keith's gonna be explaining himself for a long damn time. And guess what neat info I just found out? It seems if you go to jail for a second time for the same crime, your sentence goes from a third-degree felony to a second-degree one. That means at least 2 years in prison, up to 20. Isn't that something? And I'd do my best to see you get the full amount, because that's the kind of man I am. He's sweating now. His face has an unnatural flush, and his hands are clenched at his sides, as if he'd like nothing more than to punch me out, but can't do it in front of his co-workers. It's just another reason I wanted to publicly call him out like this. So, to recap, I say, setting the folders down on the table, you stay the fuck away from her, and you won't go to prison. You even get close to her, and I'm gonna use everything in my power to make sure that you get the maximum sentence, because it's real fucking hard to stalk a girl from prison. But you should know that already. I gesture at the men behind me. These men are gonna be tailing Lexi at all times to ensure that she's safe from you. So if I were you, I'd give up, right fucking now. Understand? He glares at me, turns on his heel, and storms out of the room. Done forgot his keys. That makes this far too easy. I look over at the elderly firefighter that shook my hand on the way in. I think he gets the message. The man looks at Keith's retreating back, then at me. That true? About Keith spending time in prison? Yep. Feel free to look up his records online. I know I did. I gesture at my forehead in goodbye. Have a nice day. The man nods at me, mystified. I snag the keys as if they're mine, pocket 'em, and head out the door, my little posse following behind me. I'm pleased as could be. That went better than I thought. Now, if Keith tries anything, he knows he's playing with fire. And everyone in town's gonna be watching his ass. If he thinks he can get away with this shit again, he's got another thing coming to him. I plan on making sure he doesn't. Lexi's waiting for me in my trailer when I get home. She's still dressed in my t-shirt and has a snack in her hands. It looks like a cereal bowl full of crushed Little Debbie snack cakes and covered with milk and Fruit Loops. Her face brightens when I enter.
You're just in time to watch Alien Encounters, babe. Come sit with me and we can mock everyone.
She pats the couch and scoots over to give me room. There's nothing I'd like more. Sounds good. What'd you do today?
This, she admits. There was a marathon, and I was hungry, and my files were in the wrong format, so the assistant is redoing them for me. There wasn't much for me to do.
She shrugs.
It was boring. You could have taken me with you.
She gives me a sad look.
You didn't even have enough dander on your pillow for a small voodoo doll.
I chuckle and sit down next to her on the couch, then pull her legs into my lap so I can rub her feet. I promise to try and shed more for you next time.
That's acceptable,
she tells me and offers her spoon.
Want a bite?
That's all you, sweetheart. I put a hand on her foot and begin to rub. How you feeling?
Not bad. A little sore here and there, so I skipped the yoga, even though I probably should have done at least a few pigeon poses to keep my hips open.
I'm gonna pretend like I know what that means. I want to tell her about my day, that she has nothing to worry about from that creep any longer, but I don't know how to push through and bring it up. I decide to bring up something else instead. Something I've been thinking about a lot for the last while. You staying tonight? She nods, her gaze on the TV as she eats a big mouthful of soggy ding-dong.
Thought we could have some dirty sex since I missed you all day.
She glances over at me and wiggles her eyebrows.
Though you might want to get rid of the nerd jacket, nerd.
I glance down at the suit jacket I'm wearing. It's definitely not me. I can get rid of it. You know, you're welcome to move in if you like. This ain't a great place, but I like having you here. I rub her foot absently. Or we could buy a better place. Maybe not something as crazy as Boone and Ivy, or Natalie and Clay, but I could buy you a nice house. Someplace with a room for the baby. She stares at me for a moment, and then shakes her head.
My place is fine.
For now, I agree. But what about when Junior gets here?
Junior?
or Azrael, whatever you want to call him or her. I reach over and touch her hair. But we've got to start thinking about where the baby's gonna sleep and what's the best environment for him. Pretty sure it ain't here. I gesture at my trailer. He deserves better than this. Lexi considers this quietly and then declines.
I don't want you to buy a house for me and the baby.
Was kinda thinking I'd be there with you, I drawl.
Ah.
I'm not sure what that means, but it gets under my skin. Is it so wrong that I want us to be together? That I want the baby to have two parents?
He will have two parents.
That ain't what I mean, and she knows it. But there's times that Lexi can be really obtuse in a deliberate sort of way. But let me guess. Your place is fine.
My place is fine. It's a perfectly suitable guest house and as big as an apartment. It's got a bigger kitchen than my last place, and a baby won't need his own room for a while. I'll figure it out before then.
Nothing about me in this mix. It just adds to my frustration. Your place is fine, I say slowly. But you don't want to go back there. In fact, you've been at my place for days. If it's so fine, how come you don't want to go? Her face flushes pink and her jaw gets firm, like she wants to scowl at me.
Are you trying to kick me out?
The opposite, really. I want you here. I just don't want you to keep lying to us both about why you're here. It's not because you want to be here, is it? It's because you're scared to go back to your place. She says nothing. I squeeze her foot. I just want you to know you don't have to worry about it anymore. I've taken care of that guy. Her gaze flicks to me, and there's wariness in her face.
What do you mean?
I handled him. There's a bit of smug pride in my voice. I admit it.
You handled who?
Her voice is flat, angry. Your stalker? That firefighter guy? I went to Luca and put the fear of God into him. He won't be bothering you anymore. Instead of being happy, Lexi flings herself up from the couch.
You what?
Went and had a little talk with him, man to man.
Dick to dick, you mean?
She snarls.
You bastard!
Lexi, I say in a quiet voice, don't ever call me that again. It's like a punch to the gut, especially to hear it from the woman I love. Never, ever. She seems surprised at my reaction, but shakes her head and continues, hands on her hips.
You had no right to shove your nose into my business and try to take care of things. I had Keith handled.
Is that what we're calling it? Handled? Was it handled when he punched a hole in your wall? Or handled when he came here to stalk you? He practically ran you out of Luca, and you call this handled? I give a hard laugh, but I ain't amused. I'm the opposite of amused. Call me crazy, sweetheart, but I don't think it's anything of the sort. Lexi flinches, and I know my words hurt her. I don't like doing it, but she's so stubborn I need to make her understand.
You had no right to butt into my life.
You don't think I have the right to protect the woman I love? Who's carrying my child? I shake my head. Lexi, we ain't dancing around this situation anymore. You've held me at arm's length ever since we met. I've wanted you to be mine ever since you smiled at me. Not just because you're the mother of my child, because I know you're meant for me, and I'm meant for you. I want to marry you. I want to grow old with you. I want to be the couple chasing away the neighborhood kids with our walkers when we're old and gray. I want all of your mornings and your nights. I've known that since I met you. And I know you're independent and you're not wanting to tie me down. You tell me it's because I'm younger than you, or you're bad at relationships or something. But the truth is that you don't want me in your life. You don't want anyone. You keep everyone at arm's length.
That's not true,
she says quickly, interrupting me. It is true, I say patiently. Everything you say, everything you wear, it's all designed to keep people away from you. You push everyone away. You push at me. You push at Natalie. You don't want anyone to get attached to you. She glares at me and storms over to the door, where her shoes are next to the mat.
You're so full of shit, Knox. You think you know so much about me, and you don't know crap.
You think I'm wrong? I challenge.
Yeah, I do.
All right. I cross my arms over my chest. You didn't tell Natalie about your stalker. She guessed. You didn't tell me about him either. And you didn't tell Natalie about me and you until she walked in on us. This sure sounds like someone that's sharing her life, doesn't it? When she has no response to that, I continue. At what point are you going to tell your best friend about the baby? When it's here? She sucks in a breath.
Fuck you. I should have known you'd be all controlling like this the moment I let you be a part of my life.
That's just it, I tell her, and there's a dull ache in my chest where my heart should be. I don't think you had any intention of letting me be a part of your life at all. Lexi glares at me, grabs her purse, and heads for the door of the trailer. Where are you going? I ask.
I'm leaving. I don't have to stay and listen to this.
She's right. She doesn't. That's not what Lexi does. She keeps everyone at a safe distance, and when she feels vulnerable, she runs away and starts over. I'm gonna wait right here for you, I tell her. Lexi glares at me from over her shoulder.
You fucking do that. I wouldn't hold your breath if I were you, though.
I ignore her angry words. I'm gonna be here waiting, I repeat, and then continue. Because you need to realize I'm always gonna be here for you. That you come first in my life, no matter what. That I'm not gonna betray you or control you like your parents or your first husband. I can love you without owning you. And once you realize that, I'll be right here. She shoots me an angry look, flings her purse over her shoulder, and storms out of my trailer. I don't go after her. I knew she'd leave. She needs to get away right now, because she's upset, and this is how she gets control back. She's determined to cut me loose. She'll come back eventually, I hope, and realize that I love her and don't want to hurt her. If she doesn't come back, it's because she's never planned on letting me in. It's fucking killing me inside. But at the end of the day, if she doesn't want to be mine, I can't force her to stay. No matter how much I might want to. No matter how much it destroys me.
Chapter 19. Lexi. I just drive. I'm not sure where I'm going. All I know is I don't want to be around Knox. Knox and his pushiness. Knox and his overbearing, overprotective side. Knox and his stupid smile and stupid, sexy beard and stupid big hands that felt so good on my body. He just had to go and ruin things. I knew he was too good to be true. I knew that once I let him in close, he'd try to take control. He'd try to make me into someone I wasn't. Push for things I didn't want. Except, even as I accuse him of those things in my mind, I'm not sure they fit. They feel slightly wrong, even in my wild, scattered thoughts. I drive down the highway, turning toward familiar territory. Not to Natalie's house, but back to Luca. I don't know why I'm heading there. It's not like there's anything left for me. I guess I'm going because it's the one place I know Knox won't want me to go. so I'm letting stubborn anger drive me there. I just feel so betrayed. After all the things Knox said about not pushing me, he went and poked his nose in. After I'd started to trust him, after I'd gotten comfortable being at his house and spending time with him without wanting to run away, he does this. And now I feel like we're set back to zero. I glare angrily at the highway as I drive, my hands clutching the steering wheel tight. Why couldn't he have left it alone? Now Keith will never be out of my life, and Knox will think he has to stick his nose in. He thinks we need to live together. He wants to get married. And, okay, if I was going to marry anyone, it'd be him. But I already know marriage doesn't work. It gives one person control over the other. It means giving up your independence. But you were already staying at his trailer all the time, my brain whispers. Even it's not fully on my side. Ugh, I'm just torn up emotionally. Worst of all, I keep thinking of Knox and the look on his face. He went stark white when I called him a bastard. Apparently, I hit a nerve there, and instead of making me feel triumphant for finding his weak spot, I felt like the world's biggest asshole. Like I went too far, without even realizing it. Even after all this, I've never wanted to hurt him, never wanted to go for the jugular just to win a fight. I know about his family and how his parents weren't married. I was just calling him a bastard because I was angry. But Knox took it very personally. I wish I could turn the car around and go tell him that I didn't mean it. That I could rewind back to that conversation and call him a jerk or something that wouldn't make him look as if I'd kicked him in the gut. Then again, if we're rewinding time, I'd go far enough back that I wouldn't have reacted to the hint of Keith at the pharmacy like I did. That must have been what tipped Knox off, that I acted skittish and afraid. I don't know how he found out about him. But once again, Keith has ruined my life. I don't know if I can really blame Keith, though. Maybe Knox has been controlling all along, and I've just been too enamored of him to notice. This is why I'm bad with men. Because once I get emotionally attached, I can't separate the good from the bad. Or maybe it's the hormones. Or maybe it's that I'm in love with Knox and terrified of what that means for my life. You don't want anyone. You keep everyone at arm's length. It's a lie, isn't it? I don't even know. I let some people in, I reason. Like Natalie. Except he's right in that I keep things secret even from her. And I've never truly let anyone in and exposed everything I am to them. The thought is utterly terrifying. I guess some part of me is still waiting for the inevitable change of heart, the part where I open up and show them exactly who I am, and they decide it's not enough. Just like my family did back when I was a teenager. My stomach cramps, and I try to remember the last time I ate a real meal, and not just garbage. I'm feeling a little nausea, but I don't know if that's from pregnancy or driving or just the fact that I feel like Knox betrayed me. It might be all those things. The highway around me is empty, but an exit sign advertises a truck stop waffle diner if I head south instead of east. I think for a moment, and then I exit to head south when it comes up. East is Luca, but there's nothing for me there. Might as well go south. Houston's big. Plenty of opportunity. Plenty of space to hide in plain sight. I pull up to the diner and head inside, sliding into one of the booths. The waitress raises a finger, indicating she'll be with me shortly. That's fine. I'm not in a hurry. I'm too busy wallowing in self-pity, hurt, and betrayal. Might as well eat my feelings. I pick up a sticky menu from behind the napkin dispenser and consider it. All right, honey. Can I get you a drink? The waitress says as she comes over to my table. I really, really want coffee, but the awful way I'm feeling reminds me that I'm pregnant, and I can't just think about me. That means no coffee. Milk, I think. She scratches a note on her pad. Ready to order? Pancakes, I say, then glance up at her. Can I get a big side of pickles with that? She nods, as if I've said the most reasonable thing in the world. You know what else is good, honey? I can have the cook whip you up some hash browns made with a hint of sriracha and maple syrup. It's really something. Right amount of sweet and spicy. I look up at her in surprise, because it's like she's read my mind. She pats her stomach under her waitress apron. 4 months along with number 4. I get the same weird cravings. You are? Yep, and I recognize a pregnancy craving when I hear one. She smiles at me. Sound good? My belly cramps again, and I nod, putting aside the menu. My parasite and I would love that. She winks at me and heads back behind the counter. I watch her go, studying her. She's older than me, with hints of gray in her frizzy blonde hair, and now that she mentioned the pregnancy, all I can see is the slight bulge of her belly under the apron. It must be rough to work on your feet at a diner all day while pregnant, and I think guiltily of the little guest house back at Natalie's that I'm leaving behind. And I think of Knox, who I'm also leaving behind. That hurts me more than any guest house. Why did he have to get so controlling? Why couldn't he have left the situation with Keith alone? Instead, he stepped in like I was his property, and he had to piss on me like a dog marking his territory. The sad thing is that I understand why he did it. I just don't like that he did. It goes against everything that I've taught myself over the last 10 years. While I'm lost in thought, she brings the first plate of food to me and a glass of milk, and then sits down across from me. I'm surprised that she takes a seat, but a quick look around the place shows that there's no one else around, the last customer having exited a few minutes ago. Great. My normal surliness at being around people doesn't seem to be here tonight, though. I actually don't mind the company. Maybe it's because we're both pregnant. Or maybe I've just gone soft in the head. Maybe Knox boned all the brains out of me. That's more likely than me suddenly liking company. So, how far along are you? She asks, tilting her head and regarding me. About 3 months, I say, and fork a mouthful of hash browns into my face. Oh, God. She's right. They're spicy and covered with maple syrup. And it's pretty much the best thing I've ever eaten. This your first one? When I nod, she studies my hand as I reach for the milk. Unmarried, huh? Yeah. He's an international spy and can't settle down in one place, I say, my sarcasm rising to the forefront at her nosy question. She chuckles. Sure he is. So, he's not in the picture? Oh, he's in the picture, I grumble. A bit too much for my liking. But there's problems, I take it. The waitress gestures toward me. Let me see a photo and I'll tell you if he's worth it. I snort at that, like she can tell me if he's worth the hassle just by a look at him. But I pull my phone out and flip to a selfie we took together in front of a gravestone on one of our dates. Just looking at it makes me hurt, because he's not even looking at the camera in the picture. He's just staring at me like I'm the greatest thing ever created, and I wish again that he hadn't ruined things. I wanted him in my life. You don't let anyone get close. Okay, maybe I wanted him in my life on my terms, not his. I hand her the phone and shove another mouthful of food into my stomach, because it's cramping up again out of stress. The waitress studies the picture. I want her to comment on how cute he is, how gorgeous his eyes are with those long eyelashes, and his strong face, and that smile that makes me melt. But she just looks at it quietly, and then looks at me again. He younger? 5 years. That makes him pretty young to be a daddy. I don't know if I like that. Oh, shit, I say, feigning surprise before switching to sarcasm. I completely forgot to get your approval before we banged. My bad. She harumphs and shrugs. I'm just saying. I've had 3 husbands, and I'm about to marry number 4. You learn certain things about men after the first few marriages. Clearly not, or else she'd stop marrying them. Do tell. Young men tend to flake out on a girl. They don't like the idea of being daddies. I want to tell her that she's wrong, that Knox pretty much wants nothing more than to be a father. I remember the ultrasound, and when we heard the baby's heartbeat, I thought he was going to break his face. He was smiling so widely. It was adorable, and I'm pretty sure he melted the doctor's heart with his excitement. I know he melted my panties. No, Knox isn't what she's suggesting. He wants the family, and he wants to settle down with me. He's the opposite of the advice she's giving. But that'd sound a bit like I'm defending him, so I'd just shrug. He's kind of scruffy looking, if you ask me, with that beard and all. She circles her finger around the image of him on the phone. He has to keep up his disguise so the law doesn't get him, I tell her, deadpan. She just shoots me a patient look, and it's one I recognize. Oh, God, she's mothering me. All I'm saying, she continues, is that it's hard to find a good job with that kind of unkempt facial hair. He needs to think about that if he's going to be a dad. Or is he unemployed? Self-employed, I tell her. It's kind of the truth. If I told her he was a billionaire, she'd probably tell me to jump on his jock and never leave. The thought's amusing, really. The waitress nods thoughtfully. He's got his own business, then? That's good. Does he have insurance for the baby? I didn't ask. You need to ask, she tells me. It's not just you that you have to think about, but that kid inside you. Do you know how much insurance costs? Why do you think I'm on my feet at this shithole all day? The ambiance? She laughs. Yeah, that's it. No, honey. It's because this is one of the few chains that offers insurance to their employees. All of them. Hell, I'm still paying off the hospital bill from the last one's birth. Kids cost money. I stuff more food into my mouth because she's talking sense, and I don't want to hear sense right now. I'm outraged and butthurt over Knox getting into my business. Look, he's young, but it doesn't matter. You've got that baby to think about. If he's got a business, that means he can pay child support, and you're going to need that money. Don't be too proud to ask for help when it comes to babies. They're a lot more work than anyone ever tells you. They're worth it, of course, but I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that it's great. It's hard being a single mom. I know she's trying to help out, and I swallow my food and offer her a faint smile. I'm more ready to be a single mom than part of a couple. She gives me a knowing look. He's clingy and you're running? Oh, wow. She's good. Not really clingy. He just wants more than I'm ready to give him. Keeps getting into my business and all. Spending your money? No. Tracking your phone calls? Not letting you talk to other people? Raise a hand to you? Well, no. Did he make you quit your job? Tell you how to dress? Does he try to change you? She sets the phone down and crosses her arms over her chest, looking all mama bear at me, despite the fact that she's probably only 5 years older than me. All of what she's describing is pretty horrific, and from the expression on her face, I wonder how much of that she's experienced herself. No changing my appearance, and he was giving me money to help me set up my business. But, oh, honey, If you don't want this young man, I do. She chuckles. He sounds better than my up-and-coming number 4. I scowl at her because the thought of Knox, my clever, sly Knox, flirting with this woman makes me want to fling things across the room. He's a pain in the ass. You don't know him like I do. Try me. You said he kept getting involved in your business. What'd he do? He interfered with an ex. There's no way to say it that doesn't sound crazy now that I'm reasoning it out loud. So, you were cheating on your man with your ex? Her expression grows icy. No. The ex was being a nuisance, and Knox threatened him. I didn't want him to get involved because I had it handled. The waitress gets a soft expression on her face. Oh, honey, if that's your biggest problem, I don't know whether or not to hug you or slap you upside the head. You don't know what kind of girl I am. Maybe I like both. And I give her an exaggerated wink, hoping she'll find me weird and stop spouting advice. Maybe I like it rough. No, you don't know what rough is. Rough is working a double shift and coming home at midnight to find the electricity is off and you've still got to pay the babysitter and make lunches for the next day. Rough is your youngest having the flu and giving it to you, and you still have to get up at 5 in the morning for the breakfast rush and hope you get enough tips for cold medicine. Rough is an entirely different sort of thing when you have babies, honey. Her words sound far too sensible, and I hate that she's making me feel like a petulant child. I also hate that everything she's saying is right. If Knox trying to make Keith leave me alone is my biggest problem, I have a pretty good life. Maybe so. She reaches over and puts her hand on mine, ignoring my cringe backward. Let me tell you something about babies. How you're feeling right now? Queasy? Protective, she says, ignoring my sarcasm. Protective and fierce about that little one. Like you'd do anything and everything in your power to ensure that baby has a good life. He probably feels that way about you. If he's a little overprotective of the mother of his child, I don't think that's a flaw. Just imagine how he'll be with the baby. I try to picture Knox with our baby. In my mind, the kid's dressed in black onesies and wearing a tiny matching trucker cap that looks just like Knox's favorite hat. I picture Knox's expression while holding the kid. And, okay, yeah, my ovaries melted a little. I picture Knox swapping pacifiers out on the baby to see if he'd notice. But if he's Knox's kid, he'll notice. His dad won't be able to get anything past him. I imagine a little boy grabbing a fistful of Knox's beard, and how Knox would smile like it was the most adorable thing he's ever seen. And then he'd look at me like I'm the center of his world. And, well, shit. Maybe Keith Lawrence isn't the hill I want to die on when it comes to relationships. I toy with my spicy sweet hash browns, not really hungry anymore. For the first time in my life, it feels lonely to be alone. I want what I had with Knox. I want to be able to curl up against him and imagine our life together. But I'm terrified of that very same thing. I'm not good with relationships. Honey, who is? The hard part isn't fighting or fucking. It's meeting in the middle when things are important to you. You'll learn that as you go. I'm not sure she's qualified to give that advice, but she sounds pretty sensible so far. Maybe so. All I'm saying is give him a chance. If he wants to be in the baby's life, maybe you let him. There are worse things out there than a dad who wants to be involved. She pats my hand and gets to her feet as the doorbell clangs. And now, back to work for this mama. She squeezes my shoulder as if we're best buddies, and then heads off. Funny, but I feel weirdly better after that talk. Maybe it's one a mother would have given me if my own mother hadn't been such an unforgiving wretch. I rub my stomach. I'm not going to turn into that for you, baby. I'm going to be the best mom you ever had, even if I'm the weirdest mom in the PTA. I think of Knox and the way he flinched when I called him a bastard. He doesn't want the baby to grow up a bastard like he did, I realize. All the problems he had growing up, he wants to fix them for our parasite. I know how that is. Maybe his declarations of marriage aren't so crazy after all. Maybe I'm the one that's being unreasonable. I don't know what to think. My stomach cramps again, and this time it's a sharp, awful pain, and I realize it's not my stomach. It's lower, deeper, almost like I'm getting my period, except I'm pregnant. Ill at ease, I slide out of the booth and get to my feet. Even as I do, I can feel a warm rush between my thighs that shouldn't be there. I glance down, and there's a smear of blood on the bench I just vacated. I'm bleeding. The waitress brings my pancakes, which I've completely forgotten about, and I set down a couple of 20s on the table to pay for the food and tip. Where's the nearest emergency room? There's no ultra-close urgent care since I'm in the middle of nowhere, but the waitress gives me instructions to a nearby dock-in-the-box urgent care location one exit over, and I head there. They immediately take me back and draw blood, running tests, and then I sit alone on the table, waiting for the doctor to come see me. It's a busy night, and there's a lot of people in this place, but I feel very alone and very vulnerable. Old Lexi wouldn't have cared about how alone she was. Old Lexi would just push off her feelings and make shitty comments to everyone that tried to talk to her. She'd take everything in stride. She'd be all, "No sweat, I have this." I'm trying really, really hard to be the old Lexi right now, but I don't know that it's working. I'm scared, and I'm sad, and I ache all over. I want nothing more than to have Knox here by my side. I know I'm angry at him, but he just makes everything better by being nearby. I'm dependent on someone once more, and strangely enough, I don't hate it. It's not like before with Jonas, where he would throw everything in my face and become even more controlling. Knox is different in every way. He's supportive and caring, and he knows just what to say and do to make me laugh and feel better. I miss him. It's not even been a day since I left, and I feel like I'm being torn apart. What if I lose the baby and all of a sudden he no longer wants me? Just the thought makes it feel as if all the air's left the room. I can't breathe. I might lose everything tonight, all because I was stupidly mad about how he was trying to push his way into my life. He was being protective, and I acted like a jerk. What if he's glad that I'm going to miscarry and he can part ways with me? What am I going to do? Somehow picking myself up and starting over doesn't have the appeal it did 5 hours ago. Actually, I don't know that it was appealing 5 hours ago either, but I was too stubborn to admit it to myself. I don't want to be alone anymore. I liked being with Knox. I liked the way we were together. For the first time in a long time, I was happy and not holding in knots of stress. I love him, and the thought terrifies me, because what if he doesn't love me enough if there's no baby? I sit in my paper gown, a towel underneath my thighs, waiting for the doctor to come in. This is stupid, I tell myself. Can they even do anything if I'm miscarrying other than pat me on the head and tell me to take some aspirin? Should I leave or wait to hear from the doctor? As the minutes tick past, I hear people crying and arguing on the other sides of the thin walls. There's all kinds of emergencies here tonight, and it might be a bit before they get to me. They've already been treating me like I'm a pain in the ass because I have to keep reminding people not to use latex gloves around me. It just makes me feel even worse, like I'm bothering them with my bleeding. I can't help but feel like all of this is my fault somehow. And even though I've been fighting my panic, I can't help it. I start to cry. I'm overwhelmed and scared and really, really lonely. I wish Knox was here. I wish I hadn't freaked out. I wish we had talked through what he did instead of me losing my shit and yelling at him and then running away. He is right. I do always run away. Now, what if my stubbornness destroys everything? I don't know what I'll do. I pick up my purse and pull out my phone. If Knox loves me the way he says he does, maybe he won't be too unhappy with me. Maybe we can talk things through. Maybe he won't hate me if the baby dies. Of course, the thought of that just makes me cry harder, even as I dial. Knox picks up on the first ring. No text message? His voice is a smooth drawl, his tone neutral. He's trying to figure out why I'm calling. He's wary. He probably thinks I'm angry over something else and getting ready to light into him. Like all this other silly stuff matters. Keith, keeping people at arm's length and arguing over where we live seems like stupid, pointless stuff now. I just want him here. I sniffle and suck in a stealing breath before we speak. Hey, Knox. My voice isn't quite as brave as I want it to sound. In fact, it's pretty wobbly. It's real quiet on the other end of the phone. Lexi? What's wrong, sweetheart? Are you okay? There's real fear in his voice. Just that little sweetheart is enough to make me start crying all over again. Not okay. Doctor's office. Baby. Bleeding. Pulled over on the way to Houston. I can only squeeze out a few words at a time before my throat closes up again. I'm scared, I manage between choking gasps. Can you come and stay with me? Of course. His voice is soothing and wonderful. Tell me what you need, baby. I'll bring it to you. I think I really need my doctor, I tell him in a wobbling voice, and manage a sorry laugh. They're too busy here for me. You don't need to worry about that, sweetheart. I'll handle everything. Now tell me where you're at. I look around the little room I'm waiting in, but I don't see anything that tells me a name. It's a chain, and that's all I know. I'm not entirely sure. Somewhere about an hour outside of Houston. I cringe at how useless I am, but I was so scattered when getting here that I didn't bother to write down the name of the street or the exit or anything. I start to cry again. Lexi, Knox says, in that smooth, calm voice. It's gonna be all right, baby. I need you to go to the Find My Phone app, and it'll give you the info where you're at. Text that to me, all right? I'm on my way. Okay, I say in a small voice. Thank you. Don't thank me. You're my girl. I'd do anything for you, he says fiercely. And now I'm going to come and take care of you. Okay? I hiccup something that sounds like agreement. Send me that info. I love you, and I'm on my way. I hang up, do as he says, and then clutch my phone to my chest. It'll take him a few hours to drive here. I'm okay, I tell myself. I've got this. Knox is on his way. For some reason, just knowing that makes me feel less alone. The doctors come in and out, and one lady gives me a pelvic exam before the nurse comes in to take blood and hurries away. No one tells me anything, so I just clutch my phone and hope that Knox gets here soon. I'm staring at the choking Aogo poster and reading the steps for the millionth time when a low thud, 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 thud begins to drum somewhere in the distance. I can't tell what the heck it is, and I watch the door, wondering if someone's about to come in. Voices start arguing and grow louder and louder. To my surprise, the door bangs open in my room, and Knox comes flying in, one of the nurses racing right behind him. I sit up, shocked. Knox! I'm stunned, and so happy to see him that I burst into tears again. "I'm here, sweetheart," he tells me, moving around the nurse and coming to my side. He sits next to me and takes my hand, a look of concern on his face. "I'm here, and everything's going to be okay. Don't cry." Easy for you to say, I weep, and when someone enters the room behind him, I'm surprised to see it's my obstetrician. "What?" "I swung the chopper by his office to see if I could persuade him to come with me." Knox squeezes my hand. "I hope that's okay." Okay. It's wonderful. I sniffle and nod as Dr. Kwan moves forward, pulling a pair of gloves out of his pocket and smiling at me. "No latex for Miss Lexi, right?" Immediately, my agitation goes down a notch. He remembers. "That's right." I hold on to Knox's hand tightly. "Can Knox stay?" "I don't think we'll be able to move him," the nurse says dryly at the door. "If there's a problem, I'll pay whatever fines you need." Knox doesn't look away from me, his expression calm as he strokes my hand. "But I ain't leaving my girl." The nurse just rolls her eyes. "I'm going to go get the doctor so he can talk with yours." Dr. Kwan waits for the door to shut, and then pats the edge of the table I'm lying on. "Feet up here, Lexi, so we can do a quick pelvic exam and see what's going on."
Chapter 20. Knox. Nothing's as fucking scary as seeing my gorgeous, funny Lexi pale and quiet on a doctor's table. Her eyes are red from crying, and she just holds my hand tightly as the doctor examines her. I know she's mad at me for what I did earlier, but I'm just so fucking relieved I can be here for her now. Anything she wants, I'll do it. Anything she needs, I'll get it for her. I just never want to see her cry again. I can take anything but her tears. She can hate me and cuss at me and call me names, as long as she doesn't cry. I'm just so fucking glad she called me, that she turned to me when she was hurting and scared. It tells me I've still got a chance with her. Of course, I'd give it all up to change the fact that she's up on that table, but at least I can be here for her. For once, I ain't in the mood for my usual tricks. There's plenty of tools and such that are within reach and ready to take. It'd be nothing to switch out some of the equipment and see how long it takes for them to notice. But this ain't fucking funny. I just want Lexi to get better and leave this place. It can all stay as far as I'm concerned. I just want Lexi to get the best treatment possible, and I'm not letting go of her hand until then. The doctor finishes his exam and purses his lips.
"Well, everything seems all right from this end, but I'll see if they'll let me use the ultrasound so we can get a heartbeat. Now I'll check in on your blood work."
"Thank you, doctor," Lexi murmurs, her hand tight in mine.
Dr. Kwan heads out, and then it's just me and my girl. She looks over at me again, her big dark eyes sad.
"I'm sorry I dragged you out here. I was freaking out. I needed someone at my side."
She bites her lip and then shakes her head.
"No, I'm doing it again."
"Doing what?" I ask, curious.
"Keeping you at arm's length. You were right about that."
She squeezes my hand again tightly, her hand gripping mine so fiercely our palms are sweating, but I'm not going to let her go. Never.
"I do it without thinking, I guess. And I needed someone at my side, but I wanted you. I didn't want anyone else. Shit.
It's hard for me to say that aloud.
She frowns, almost as if she's mad at herself, and then glances over at me.
I'm not very good at this.
I think you're doing just fine, I reassure her, stroking her arm with my free hand.
I hate that you were right, because it means I'm the asshole.
She sighs and lays her head back against the paper covering the examination table.
I know I overreacted. It's just that Keith has been a problem for me for so long that I'm sensitive about what people know in regards to him. I've always felt like it's my fault that he won't fuck off. It embarrassed me that you stepped in, and I freaked out. I don't think you're controlling at all, and I want you to know that.
I know it's taken her a lot to confess this. I can tell just by the pinched look on her face as she speaks, and it makes me feel good that she's trying. That's all I've ever wanted from her. Sweetheart, I overstepped. I realize that now. I should have said something to you first. It was just that the moment I heard he was bothering you, I thought, here's something I can do to take care of Lexi and my baby. That's all I wanted to do. Wasn't to try and control you or make you feel like I'm choking you. I just wanted to help. I pause, then add, and okay, I wanted to punch that smug bastard in the face, but I didn't get the chance. She chuckles a little.
He is a dick, isn't he?
She sighs.
I'm so sorry I freaked out on you. I just worry that something bad is going to happen and then everything that's good in my life is going to disappear.
Like the baby? Lexi looks over at me, all vulnerable and so pretty it makes me ache.
Like you.
Her mouth trembles a little.
I don't know what I'm going to do if I lose you and the baby both.
You won't ever lose me, I tell her fiercely. I want to crawl up on that table and hold her close, but I'm scared of injuring her or the baby even more, so I just lean in and rub my knuckles along her jaw. I will always be there for you, even if you hate me. I love you. Baby or not, it doesn't change the way I feel about you. I love you, and I want to be the one you lean on. Her mouth trembles again.
I'm so tired of being alone and scared, Knox. I don't think I can do it anymore.
You shouldn't have to do it, I tell her fiercely. It's okay to lean on someone else, sweetheart. That's why I'm here. You don't have to be strong all the time. You can just be your wonderful, weird self and let me help out when it gets to be too much for you. I don't want to change a thing about you. I just want to be at your side, supporting you in whatever you want to do. She licks her lips and gives me another shiny-eyed, half-hearted smile.
I think you're the best guy I've ever met. I'm so sorry I called you a bastard. You know I didn't mean it like that. If I could take it back, I would.
Now I'm the one getting all emotional. I know you didn't, Lexi. Ain't no reason to apologize.
Yes, it is.
She lifts my hand to her mouth and kisses my knuckles, and I swear to God my heart's gonna explode with how fiercely protective I feel of her in this moment.
I should have thought about why it hurt you, and why you keep proposing marriage. It bothered you growing up that your parents weren't married, and you want to stop our baby from feeling the way you did. Sometimes I'm a little slow on the uptake, but I get it now.
It ain't just the baby, I correct her as she lowers our linked hands. I trace my fingers up and down the veins on her pale, pale skin. Just want to touch her, mostly. The moment I met you, I knew you were the one for me. Thought it might be a little early to confess my instant love for you, though, so I've held off. But the way I feel about you ain't gonna change whether there's one baby, no babies, or 30 babies.
30 babies? My uterus hurts already,
she says,
a lighter note in her voice. Her eyes are soft as she gazes at me. Though I will be really, really sad if there's no baby now.
Me too, I admit, and there's a knot in my throat. But we'll get through it together. She squeezes my hand again gently.
I think you're the best guy ever, Knox, she whispers. Even if you're a youngster.
I snort. 5 years doesn't make me a youngster. It just means I have more time to keep up with you and you hit your sexual peak.
This is true. I should have been cradle-robbing this entire time.
Her words are playful, but her hands still tight in mine, her voice still a little wobbly. She's trying real hard to be strong through all this, and it makes me want to squeeze her to my chest and stroke her hair and make everything all right for her. I'm gonna take care of you, baby, I tell her again. Let me take care of you. Let me love you. If things become hard, let's talk about it instead of running away, okay? Whatever we do this together. If you want to raise our kid in Natalie's guest house, we can do that. If you want him to live in my trailer, we can do that. We can move to Houston if you want, or back to Luca. I don't fucking care. Let's just make sure we'll do it together, all right? She nods and opens her mouth to speak, but a knock at the door stops her. The doctor enters a moment later, along with a woman who, I assume, was the original attending physician. They bring in a cart of equipment, and someone squirts some clear goo on her stomach for the ultrasound. I'm in the way, so I have to let go of her hand and move to the far end of the room. But I don't leave. Fuck that. I ain't leaving her side ever again. The doctor runs the wand over her stomach and then pauses, glaring up at the monitor on the cart. He nods slowly. Good heartbeat. Dr. Kwan smiles at my Lexi. It looks like everything seems to be all right with your blood work. Your HGG blood tests look great, and the heartbeat seems strong here. Lexi looks across the room to me, eyes wide with relief. I smile at her and give a thumbs up. I can't wait to shower her face with kisses. I'm ecstatic that the baby's fine, but more than anything, I'm happy that Lexi's all right. It looks like your bleeding's already slowed, which is another good sign, Dr. Kwan continues. We'll do a follow-up in the office next week as long as everything seems to be all right. But if you have any trouble, you come back in to me immediately. Lexi nods.
What could have caused bleeding, do you know?
He shrugs and doesn't seem all that concerned, which makes me relax. It's normal to have bleeding in the first trimester of a pregnancy. Any number of things, really. You don't have a urinary tract infection, so I'm gonna guess that you had some sort of vigorous exercise that might have irritated tissues. Vigorous exercise? I echo, unable to stay silent. What the hell's he talking about? You mean yoga? Not unless she's doing yoga with her uterus, Dr. Kwan says, and Lexi looks as if she's fighting back a howl of laughter. I can feel my face flushing with embarrassment. Guess that was a dumb question. What I'm saying, the doctor continues, is that you might want to tone it down in bed. No sex until her next appointment, and we'll see how things are from then. I pull off my cap and rub my hand through my hair, feeling a little sheepish. Rough sex did that? I didn't think we were that rough. But, then again, Lexi's never been one to hold back in bed, and neither have I. I think of how many times I bent her flexible body as far as it'd go and pounded into her and feel guilty. Damn.
Damn? Lexi asks, amused. Damn that we can't have sex for a week?
Damn that we were that rough, I correct. And now my ears feel as red as my face.
I guess the whips and chains were a bit too much, she says dryly,
Back to being my sly Lexi all over again. She's lying, Doctor, I say.
I guessed,
Dr. Kwan replies.
He's right, Lexi continues. Whips and chains are never too much.
Chapter 21. Knox. I take Lexi home after that. Her car's still at the urgent care, but I'll send my assistants over at Price Brothers Oil to go and retrieve it tomorrow for my girl. I'm not letting her out of my sight tonight, and she doesn't seem to mind that. The chopper pilot helps me secure Lexi in her seat, and all my girl says is,
I can't believe you really flew a chopper here.
Of course I did. Borrowed Boone's the moment I heard she needed me. Fastest way to get somewhere. We drop the doctor off, and then the pilot lands back at Boone's helipad and I drive us back to Lexi's little cottage. She's awful quiet, but she's had a rough night. Hell, we both have. Still, she's allowed to be a little thoughtful. I don't push her to talk to me. Plenty of time for that. We pull up and I park the car, then race around to Lexi's side to open the door for her and help her out. She gives me a funny look. If it was up to me, I'd carry you inside, I tell her. I'm gonna fuss over you tonight. There's no getting around that. Her lips tug into a half smile.
Fair enough.
She rubs her arms and shivers in the night air.
I mostly want a shower, honestly. A shower and pajamas.
We can do that, I promise her. I help her inside, despite her fussing, and it takes everything I have not to go into the bathroom with her and help her shower. She doesn't want me in there, though, and so I sit on the couch and twiddle my thumbs until I decide I'll make her a snack instead. I fix a big bowl of kettle corn, one of her favorites, and a glass of milk, and then wait for her to come out. She emerges a short time later, hair wet, and wearing her biggest, fluffiest flannel pajamas. That's all right with me. I pull the popcorn bowl into my lap and pat the sofa next to me. Come sit. I worry she's gonna think I'm pushing too hard, but she moves to sit next to me and curls her legs up under her. I put an arm around her shoulders and she leans in, snuggling against my chest. Don't think we ain't gonna talk, I murmur, wrapping my arms around her. 'Cause we got a lot we need to hash out. Don't want either of us sleeping on it and thinking the problem went away. Lexi groans and grabs a handful of kettle corn, shoving it into her mouth.
Look, so busy snacking, can't find time to talk.
She gives me an overly bright smile, her cheeks puffed out. I snort and put the popcorn on the table, out of her reach. That's what I get for trying to feed my woman.
Crumbs on your lap?
She brushes a bit of popcorn off the front of her pajamas. More like her using it as a stalling tactic. Lexi sighs heavily and gives me a chagrined look.
Old habits die hard.
That's all right, I tell her. As long as they do eventually die. I put a hand on her back and rub the small of it. You can talk to me, can't you? Am I that hard for you to open up to?
That's the thing. I'm not used to opening up to anyone.
She scrunches her face and puts two fists in front of her and shakes them.
Bottle it up until I'm ready to explode.
That ain't healthy.
Well, that's what yoga's for. Instead of exploding on people, I make them do really tough poses. Their groans of distress soothe my ego.
I can't help but laugh a bit at that. It's true. Lexi's favorite thing about yoga is trying to watch other people attempt the same poses. Just try for me, all right? I promise I won't keep anything from you or do shit behind your back no more. She sighs again, as if pained.
All right. Let's talk about Keith Lawrence, that fucking dildo of a human being. It was really sweet of you to go and talk to him, but I don't like that you didn't talk about it with me first.
I don't like that you felt threatened by him and didn't say anything to me, I counter, my tone as gentle as I can make it. How do you know he isn't dangerous?
Because I figure he would have chopped me into pieces and hidden me inside his fridge already if that was his intent. No? Hey, don't frown like that. I'm just being funny.
She puts her hands on my cheeks and tries to force a smile to my face manually.
Smile.
If he so much as touched you, I growl, seeing red at the very thought, I'm gonna burn that fire station down to the ground.
Which wouldn't be all that useful, seeing as how it's a fire station and they probably can put it out. But hey.
She crawls into my lap, trying her best to distract me.
Look. Keith just has a hard time taking no for an answer. I thought I had him handled, but I didn't. Part of me is glad you stepped in, and part of me wants to smack you around for pushing ahead without my permission, because it was my problem and not yours.
That's where you're wrong, I tell her, letting my hands settle around her waist. If she wants to crawl all over me, I'm more than happy to oblige. There ain't no more you problems or me problems. There's us problems. And the way I see it, he was scaring my baby. Who's carrying my baby? Understand? Lexi purses her lips.
Much as I hate to admit it, yes. So what did you say to him? Did he actually listen, or was he just a dick about it?
He postured a lot, but he didn't have a choice but to listen when I brought in the lawyers and mentioned his record in front of everyone. Her eyes widen.
Record? What record?
I nod and tell her all about the scene at the firehouse. About Keith's prior record and all the threats I lobbed at him. Course, I point out, I should probably give the dick back his keys, but I'll let him sweat on 'em for a bit. Then I'll have my lawyer return 'em once enough time has passed.
You stole his keys?
She shakes her head.
What am I saying? Of course you did. This is you we're talking about here.
Lexi slides her hand down my chest.
Just give them back. I don't want to even think about him anymore. If what you said is true, if he even tries anything, he's going back to prison to be someone's bitch for a long time.
I think for a moment and then add, I might have also strongly hinted that you'd have bodyguards following you around for a while.
Bodyguards?
Her brows go up.
Were you planning on telling me this?
Well, I drawl. I wasn't at first, but since we're telling each other everything, I figured I'd better. You mad? She considers for a long moment, and then rubs her hand over my heart again.
I'm glad you told me. And now that I have time to think about it, no, I'm not mad. It might not be a bad idea if Keith does have a prior record. Just, how closely will they be watching me?
You won't even know they're in the area, I promise her. I'll introduce you, and then we'll make sure they stay clear of you to give you the room you need. I just don't want him trying anything, that's all. She nods.
All right, I can handle that.
Lexi brightens.
Look at us, handling things like real adults and talking about them. I feel like I leveled up at life.
I chuckle. Want to level up again? Let's finish talking about living situations. Her nostrils flare, and she gives me a mildly panicked look. Her fingers clench in my shirt.
I don't know if I'm ready to figure out houses yet. That feels so very domestic.
I stroke her back, and she leans in close to me again. We don't have to be domestic just yet, but I figure we should do something between now and the time Junior's born.
That's still over 5 months from now. Do we have to decide today?
Nah, baby. We don't have to decide today, I tell her gently. Long as we decide where the baby's staying between now and then. Lexi looks relieved. She idly rubs up and down my chest again, and my cock's getting uncomfortably hard just at that small touch. I don't say shit, though. I like her hands on me far too much. My cock can play again in a week or two, when Lexi's been okayed by the doctor. Until then, it's gonna have to just ache a bit.
I can make a decision in a few months, she tells me. Can we get a place with a studio of some kind?
Whatever you want, love. I mean it, too. If she wants to live in one of them tiny house things and move from town to town, I'd be just fucking fine with that, too. Long as we're together. I rub her thigh idly. I'll go home tonight after we get you all settled and...
Wait. Why?
Her arms go around my neck. Well, because this is your house and you ain't ready for a home yet.
Correction. This is Natalie's house. I'm just guesting here. And just because I'm not ready for setting down roots at a permanent house doesn't mean that I want you to leave.
She slides closer to me, practically rocking against my hips.
I want you to stay.
I nod slowly. Truth be told, I'm relieved. I want to stay too. I don't want to leave her side ever again. All right. And marriage? Since we're getting all the tricky stuff out in the air tonight. Lexi blows a breath out, thinking.
I know it's something you want. A lot.
Yeah, I say, and there's a thick knot in my throat. Can't deny that it's what I want more than anything. Well, almost. I want her and my baby in my life more than anything, and if I have to compromise for that, I'll hate it, but I'll do it. She hesitates.
I kind of like the idea of you being all mine, but marriage also scares the piss out of me. Does that make sense?
I relax a little, because that's not the no I thought it would be. Scares me a little too, but in a good way. I'd love to have you be all mine, sweetheart. I'd love for our kid to have two married parents that love each other.
And if it doesn't work out?
She asks, worried.
Remember, I don't have a great track record.
You got married real young, I point out, when you felt like you had no other options. So I ain't exactly holding that against you. You made the choice you had to at the time. It'll be different between you and me. We'll go into it knowing exactly what we're getting into, and we'll talk about everything every step of the way.
Talk about everything? Like...
She gives me a wry look.
Like how Texas is a 50-50 state? And if we divorced, I'd get half of your billions? That kind of talk?
Didn't cross my mind, but we can talk about it. She gives me a frustrated look.
How can that not cross your damn mind? You could lose billions if we divorced.
But I'd still have billions. How much does one guy need? Her brows go up again.
I can't decide if that's wise or ridiculous.
Both? I shrug. So you want me to have the lawyers draw something up that says you don't get shit if we don't work out? She shifts on my lap.
I said it was ridiculous. I didn't say I was crazy.
Her teasing look disappears as quickly as it crosses her face.
I do worry about that, though. That's a big consideration, Knox. Money.
Well, the way I look at it, if you and me don't work out, it'd be for one reason only.
What's that?
I touch her jaw lightly, because she's so fucking beautiful I can't not touch her. That you were so miserable you couldn't be with me anymore. I'd never be the one to leave you. So it'd have to be you leaving me, Lexi. And if you hated being with me, I wouldn't want you to stay. I'd want you to be happy. So I'd give half my money to the woman I love and the mother of my child any time she asked, even if it was so she could leave me. Her mouth parts slightly, and her eyes get suspiciously shiny again.
Damn it, Knox. Quit being such a sweetheart. Be a dickhead. I know how to deal with those. I have no idea how to handle someone like you.
You have as much time as you want to find out, sweetheart. I rub my hand up and down her butt, caressing her. Let me give you everything, Lexi.
And what do you want from me in return?
I want you to be happy. That's all I want. She shakes her head, as if not sure what to make of me, then leans in and tucks her head against my neck, her breasts pressing against my front, and her arms go around me. She's draped herself completely over me, and I love it. Love the feel of her body on mine, my hands on her as I hold her close, our hearts beating together.
I was really freaking out tonight,
Lexi admits in a soft voice.
I was alone, and I was scared, and all I kept thinking about was how much of a mistake it was to blow up at you, because I didn't want to leave you. That you were the only person I ever wanted at my side. And normally when things get tough, I'd rather retreat and handle them on my own. I didn't want that tonight, though. All I could think about was how much I felt hollow without you, and how, if you were there, you'd make everything better. I hated that I gave up on you.
I didn't, I tell her easily.
Didn't what?
She taps my shoulder with one finger. Give up on you. You may have given up on me, but I didn't give up on you, sweetheart. I refuse to.
That could be taken as a stalkery way,
she muses. Or a devoted way, I correct, squeezing her delicious ass again. You're my life, Lexi. You and our baby. I ain't never gonna give up on you, even if you dress the kid in black and call 'em Scissorhands. You can be as weird as you want, as prickly as you want, and I'll be right there at your side loving you every step of the way. She sighs.
You make it sound so easy.
That's because it is easy, I murmur. I can't resist touching her. That wonderful, bouncy ass of hers is making me want to do naughty things. I slide my hand under the band of her pajama pants and touch bare skin. Lexi grabs my hand.
Wait, Knox. We can't. Doctor said no sex.
I wasn't gonna suggest sex. Nothing says I can't make you come, though. She sits up, frowning at me.
Are you kidding? I have never felt less sexy, Knox.
Which is ironic, because you've never been more sexy to me. I move my hands away from her pants and cup her face instead, pulling her forward and into a kiss. It's a gentle one, full of promise and heat and lots of tongue. When I pull away from her, she's breathing hard, her eyes unfocused and her mouth shiny and pink, her skin reddened from my beard. You want me to show you just how sexy I find you?
Should we?
She whispers, looking into my eyes, waiting for me to make the call. Just trust me, love. And my beautiful, perfect Lexi hesitates for a moment, and then presses her mouth to mine. She gives me a feverish kiss, and then tells me,
I will. I'm going to trust you with everything, Knox.
She might not give me everything like she's saying, but tonight's a damn good start. I lower my mouth to hers again and slide my hand into her pants once more. Eventually, she'll realize that, like tonight, it's always all about her. Nothing matters to me but her. And I intend on showing her that every damn day.
Chapter 22. Lexi. You know, they say pigeon pose opens your hips up. I just never thought it would open them quite that much, I tell Knox as he holds our newborn son close. I wonder if we should use the video of that in class, water breaking and all. It might be an incentive for women that are overdue to push their babies along.
I think he has your nose,
Knox tells me, and it's clear he's not listening to a word I'm saying. He hasn't since the nurses put the baby in his arms. That's all right. He's allowed to be enraptured by our small son. I am too. Tired, but fascinated, and feeling more love than I thought one heart could hold for one small baby and his father. My husband of 2 months gazes down at our child with the most tender, adoring look on his face.
People say newborn babies are ugly, but I don't see it. He's the handsomest little fella.
He's got a handsome daddy, I say back. And then, because I'm getting too mushy, I add, you're practically the same age. Knox just snorts with amusement and holds one tiny fist.
So, what name do you want, sweetheart? Did you decide?
I groan and lean back on the hospital bedpillows. The name has been a thing of contention between us for the last few months, ever since we knew for sure that it was a boy. We wanted something with an X in it, because both of our names have an X. But deciding on that name has been tricky. It's been one of the more difficult decisions lately, and we've had several big decisions in the last few months, like getting married and buying a house. Those were easy compared to figuring out what to call our perfect baby. I'm sure something will come to us. I'm not worried about it. Things always seem to work out wonderfully when I'm with Knox. It's like the world slides into place when he's around. I keep expecting things to get hard or awful, but they never do. He's been at my side every step of the way with the pregnancy, from natural childbirth classes to doctor's appointments to midnight runs for artisan ice cream and spicy pickles. After a few months of being together, I realized that I no longer wanted to spend my nights apart from him, and that we were spending every night at his trailer or together at my tiny cottage. After that, it just made sense to get a house together. So we did. It's a wonderfully weird house with avant-garde styling, a water fountain in the foyer, a sunken floor for the bedroom, and some strange-ass murals on the walls. The realtor kept trying to convince us that we could paint over everything, but I liked the weirdness of the place. I knew it was going to be mine when I saw there was an exercise room just large enough for my studio, and it's now covered in delicate pink wallpaper with a light skull and crossbones pattern. So far, being in a house with Knox has been perfect. We let Natalie decorate, since she loves that sort of thing, and it brought me even closer to my friend. She wasn't even upset that I was pregnant and didn't tell her. She was just excited we'd get to go through this together. I feel a little guilty about that, because Natalie's pretty much been sick every day of her pregnancy, and I've only had a few weird cravings. My baby bump was half the size of hers, and I've put on exactly the required amount of weight. Poor Nat. Of course, her sweet little newborn, Esme, makes up for a lot of things, I imagine. After Knox and I moved in together, it seemed natural to try out the marriage thing. Like everything else with Knox, it's been effortless. There hasn't been a day that I've regretted it, or that he's been an asshole. It's all been perfect. My husband gazes down at his son with the most besotted expression.
We need a name for this little man. Something has to feel right.
We could call him Keith, I say dryly. Really blow that asshole's mind. Knox shakes his head.
I don't want my son growing up even knowing who that dickweed is.
Me either, I murmur. Keith hasn't been a problem either. About a month after Knox threatened him, Keith got caught breaking into the house of the Luca mayor's daughter. I guess she was his newest stalking obsession. He's currently awaiting trial, but Knox has his lawyers all over things to ensure that he goes away for a long time. That's fine with me. I'd be more than happy to testify against Keith. I'd even be less weird if it had helped sway the jury against him.
We could name him after you, Knox tells me. Alex or Alexander.
I wrinkle my nose. Nah. What about Rex? I had a dog named Rex once, Knox says with a shake of his head. Bitey fucker. Dexter? Makes me think of the TV show, I point out. Let's go with something that has meaning. What was your mom's last name? Knox's face grows soft as he looks away from our son and over to me. Jackson. I don't know if I'd want to name my kid after her either. She wasn't a great mom. Then we reclaim it, I tell him softly. We could call him Jackson with an X and make it our own. Get rid of all the bad memories. Jackson Price. I kinda like it. Knox gazes at me and then reaches out to caress my cheek. I love you. It doesn't scare me to hear that sort of thing anymore. In fact, I kind of crave it. I'm glad you do, because you're going to be shaving my legs for the next few weeks. I can do that, he tells me with a grin. My brothers are waiting outside. Should I introduce them to little Jackson? Sure. I'll just lie here and bleed quietly, I tease. I don't mind, really. I love how excited he is to show off his son, and I'm too tired to entertain right now. Knox just chuckles and gets to his feet. With the baby tucked against his chest, as if he's always done this, he leans in and kisses my forehead. I'll be back very soon. I'll be here, I tell him. And just before he leaves the room, I realize I forgot something important. Knox? He looks back at me, all beard and disheveled hair and gorgeous face. I don't care that he's scruffy or younger than me or anything else. He's mine. I love you, I tell him softly. I don't say it often enough, and I want him to know it. My sexy husband turns around and returns to my bed, and then comes and gives me a fierce kiss on the mouth. I love you too, Lexi Price. And now I can let him leave, because I know he'll always come back to me, just like I'll always come back to him. That's what you do when you're two halves of a whole. You just fit together perfectly. This concludes Dirty Bastard by Jessica Clare, narrated by Rudy Sanda and Rebecca Estrella. Copyright 2018 by Jessica Clare. This unabridged audiobook is recorded by arrangement with Intermix Books, an imprint of Penguin Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Random House LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.